Boy, I don't know what's going on, guys. Well, anybody on YouTube, if you can hear me now, please say yes. Jamie, well, if you can't hear me, you can't answer yes, but Pepe, no. Okay. I don't know what's going on. Now, yes? Okay. Okay, thank you, guys. Mm, PACW is turning into FRC, guys. FRC is not collapsing yet. Hmm. Ugly. PACW, the low is 958. That's yesterday's low. And I'm sorry, that is not yesterday's low. That is Monday's low. Monday's low. What else? Laser, LAZR. LAZR is had gap down. Is it still gapping down? Yes, after Goldman Sachs turns bearish over near-term setup. Wonder if they've got a price target. $5. So Goldman Sachs putting a $5 price target now on Laser, Luminar. All right. Okay, thanks, YouTubers. I don't know what's going on. That's 2 days in a row now where the volume, where you could not hear me at the beginning. So LAZR, a lot of, boy, this is interesting. I mean, through the 200-day moving average, next low looking left is 699. So it takes out, is that right? 676. I'm sticking an alert around 676 and see if that Goldman downgrade, I mean, it's already taken effect, down 9% with a price target of 5. VORB, VORB, VORB popped up. It's pulled back somewhat. So they said they're resuming work. Remember, they basically it was on March 16th. They were on a company-wide operating pause on March the 16th. So they're resuming work, but they have not raised money yet. It has not found a strategic partner or would be raising capital. But investors are encouraged by the resumption news anyway. Okay, so that's your news for VORB. Keep an eye on FRC, guys. I'm watching PACW. I'm watching WAL. They're both dropping pretty significantly, especially the PACW, and FRC is not. And this is the one in theory under the most trouble. So FRC, I mean, it's down 2%, but it has not taken that big drop like PACW or WAL. So maybe it's just lagging. Woof. WOOF. WOOF is an earnings play, right? Yeah, it's an earnings play. Unfortunately, gapping down on earnings. Unfortunately, if you're a pet lover, but anyway, the next low looking left is around $9. WOOF earnings play. Ollie is an earnings play. OLLI. OLLI is an earnings play. Too many L's. OLLI. OLLI is an earnings play. Nice gap up on earnings through the 200-day moving average. To me, it looks like it might be coming into a lot of resistance right around that 60 level. Zach, is that really you? You've dropped the because you posted yesterday or somebody did. I just want to make sure. And if it's you, fantastic. I'm glad you're back. If it's not you, it is you. Prove it. Prove it. I gave you the link. Well, okay. Anyway, if it's you, fantastic. If it's not, welcome. CVNA guys, I can't figure out this financing. Okay, I can't figure this out. Maybe if William's here. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, guys, but let's. I mean, look at Ollie. To me, it's coming right into a bunch of resistance right around 60. Maybe completely wrong, but just look at the weekly chart. Look at the daily chart. Market is in for a basically a flat open. So anyway, I don't know if William's around. Good one, Nikki. Yeah, that'll nail it. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure either. I don't know what link he's talking about. Ah, yes, 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 yes. So that's not Zach. Okay, welcome ZAK, but there is another Zach. So it is not the one, the only. Okay, it's not Zach. Okay, that's okay. Welcome back. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. It's just want to make sure it's not the other Zach that we've been waiting on to see if he's coming back. Sophie, guys, Sophie, SOFI. Even look at Sophie. Are we? So they came up with some news to offer access up to $2 million in FDIC insurance. I see. Okay. So from 250 to 2 million. Okay. Nike also had earnings, guys. Nike, NKE, kind of a mixed reaction. Well, the reaction is getting a little more negative. They released earnings after hours. You can see that at one point it got up to 132. It popped up on earnings and then it had the drop, stabilized a bit, but now it's starting to drop. I think overall it looked good, but China was weak. RBC reiterates an outperform and puts a 145 price target. So FRC, guys, is still kind of holding here. Surprised that it's not dropping, kind of like the PACW, but it's kind of holding here. I mean, it's down for the day, but all right, guys, let's take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. See what our list looks like. Yeah, we're again, the theme is more upgrades than downgrades. See if there's any one of them. WMG upgraded by Goldman. WMG, that's Warner Music Group. Few more upgrades to go. Okay, now I'll get the downgrades in. There's a downgrade from Goldman for Lazar or Luminar, LAZR. Downgrade for Alt from Goldman. Let's take a look at Alt. Oops. Okay, let me get these upgrades and downgrades into the room now. And we'll take a look at Alt. Yeah, Donut's got a, yeah, I did see that Donut's got a an upgrade, but let's take a look at Alt for the downgrade from Goldman. See if they put some kind of a price target on it. Downgraded to neutral with a well, okay, $6 price target. Okay, fine. That's a little late. And but JP Morgan, oh, sorry, not JP Morgan, JMP. I don't know what the, so JMP maintaining a $26 price target for Alt. What is a downgrade or an upgrade? It's just an opinion by analysts, okay? Whether they're going to initiate coverage on a stock or put price targets. So for instance, just to give you an idea, so if you can see my screen, here's LAZR, okay? So Goldman downgraded Luminar Technologies, LAZR, to sell with a target of 5. Okay, that's a downgrade, all right? Doesn't mean it's going to get there, but you know, Goldman obviously has some power in this industry, but that's what an upgrade and a downgrade, that's what it's all about, okay? And that information I get from briefing.com. It's got nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? Lots of websites out there that you can find upgrades and downgrades. I just use briefing.com. Yeah, you find this info and news. If you, TJ, if you did a Google search and upgrades, stock upgrades, downgrades, you see there's lots of different sites out there. Again, don't just because a company or a brokerage firm says, hey, we're upgrading this to here's a stock sitting at 80 and we're upgrading it and with a price target of 160. Doesn't mean it's getting there. Okay, so when you say how to use the screener gap up and or gap down, you mean how to have access to it? Are you talking about this gap up and gap down? So actually, this I don't. I'm not actually sharing this, but it's if you go to our, I'm sharing this one. The pre-market act is up and down. I am sharing these two. But if you wanted to, you could go if you just click on new and then docked channel bar, okay, and go to our pre-market channel. Go to the pre-market channel, and you will see the gap up and gap downs. I hope. Yeah, so this is still a top. Well, here we go. Pre-market movers. Okay, so uh, I basically use top lists in the pre-market. Okay, this gap up and down. I can see all these stocks over here. Okay, Sophie and CVNA. I can see it all over here. This just kind of tells me when it makes a new high and the time. But there's GME at 8:39. It made a high at 27.80. Since then, it's just kind of. But I typically just use this pre-market actives up and down. You can have them or those two, if you go to my homepage. Go to my homepage and click on my link, and then scroll down until you see my scan section right there. Click here. There they are. Pre-market actives up and down. Okay. That's really what I use. I have this here, the gap up and down, but really this is the top list is what I use. Briefing, Jamie, I use briefing.com for my upgrades and downgrades. Okay. It's a free service. They'll send it to me around 9:10 Eastern time to my email. That makes it easy for me. I don't have to go anywhere. So it's briefing.com. Guys, I'm changing this up a little bit. I'm only going to show the large cap movers race. Okay, that's it. I'm not going to show the other one. You can have it. It's part of my one of the scans I am sharing, but I'm only going to show. And what I may do is drag in my 10-day daily breakout and downs. All right, let's take a quick look at the sectors. We're in for basically a flat open, a real flat open. So dock channel bar, click on show more. Sector status. So yeah, we're basically in for a flat open. Even though most of the sectors seem to be up. What you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So here's energy, XLE, the major ETF for energy. So these are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 71% right now in green, what does it mean? It means that 71% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. So if you do a quick look at the rest of the sectors, kind of 50-50, which makes sense. So I don't think today I'll take a look at where they are in relation to their 200 day. Well, actually, let's do it because the market had a nice little pop yesterday. So I want to take a look at say XLE. Where is it now with that? See, it's starting to get closer to that 200-day moving average. Financials, I don't think so. Yeah, so a piece away. Well, when you say, do I also call small cap movers? We've got a lot of in the momentum. But are you TJ? Are you a subscriber for Trade Ideas? Because I'm sharing all these scans, so you don't need me to tell you what small cap movers are moving if you are a subscriber. If you're not, that's fine. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Hmm. Okay, so you're not a subscriber. Okay, well that's fine. Yeah, there'll be some smaller cap movers probably in the momentum channel. In fact, I know there will be. And again, it depends what you mean by call. I mean, if you've been in, I think you've been in the room long enough to know that I don't tell anybody what to buy or sell. We exchange ideas. I'll indicate, oh, I'm looking at this stock. This is a price level that I'm interested in. And if it meets your trading plan to kind of follow along what I'm saying, great. If it doesn't, is Ari an earnings play? I didn't see that one. ARRY, didn't see that one as an earnings play. It is. Yes, it is an earnings play. I didn't see it because it's only up 1%, no volume. So that's why I didn't see it. Didn't pass my scanners. All right, guys. Edible had earnings though. EDBL. Such as they are all-time low. I don't have shorts available for EDBL. I should have mentioned it anyway. I just should have mentioned it anyway. Just because I don't have because my bias of course is to short this, but I don't have shorts available. But if you do have shorts available, it's possible this is going to show up in my 10-day daily breakdown. Obviously it's broken down over 10 days, but one of the filters, it has to be 40 cents down from the opening print, and that may be difficult for that to happen. So, but if you have shorts available for EDBL, I'd be watching it. It's basically a lifetime low. And again, my bias is to short this GME. 2654 is the 200-day moving average. I have an alert set underneath it. That is my bias. That doesn't have to be your bias. All right, guys, we're getting close to this open, about a minute and a half to the open. Getting closer to that 200-day moving average is GME 2654 is the 200-day. We're at 2670 right now. Well, I wasn't sure you weren't around yesterday. Well, you didn't alert me yesterday. By the way, less than a minute, less than a minute to the open, everybody. In fact, 40 seconds, about 40 seconds to the open. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Yeah, Ollie is now pushing higher. You're absolutely right. It is now through that, what I thought might be a resistance area, OLLI. All right, guys, we are now open for business. And as I say, I'm just going to show the large cappers. There's GME. Okay, GME now it just broke down below a little bit of that 200-day moving average. Early, it is early. PYXS. Earnings actually. 22nd, yeah. Pre-market didn't really see this one. It hasn't really didn't do too much, I guess, in the pre-market. But PYXS actually released earnings. Make sure my eyes are right. 22nd, this is the 22nd pre-market. Yeah, almost looks like they released after hours based on that after hours reaction. Some kind of the question is why is CVNA moving? CVNA moving? Some kind of a financing. I don't understand it, but some kind of a financing. After the company announced private exchange offerings relating to existing notes, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, that is why it was moving. All right, guys, alt is moving down. Now, Goldman again put a $6 price target on it. Obviously, it's below that. ALT. Market is opened basically flat. Dow's down up a little. Nas is down a little. SPY is basically flat. These races will take a bit to get going. All right, guys, GME. GME, guys, GME. This is no, I'm not going to show the small cap right now, Patrick. I want to concentrate on the large caps for new people, especially. I just found that the small caps, they just didn't have the big continuation. But if you're a subscriber, of course, you can access to it. You know, I am sharing it. No, I'm not short GME yet. I am not. It's just still a little bit early for me to do it. I'd like to see what I want to see. Number one, how well it holds underneath that 200 day. So, I don't like to do things in the first 15. Jan, guys, JAN is on the move here. JAN. JAN on the move. Big pop. I did see it in the pre-market, but I just kind of thought that it may not have this sort of dynamic move. 160. What did it get up to in the pre-market? 174. Yeah, well, there goes GME down, guys. Again, I may miss the boat on it. And that's just because I just don't like taking trades in the first 15. But man, this is really now starting to sell off. Okay, guys, look at FRC now. FRC, look at FRC now. We have a halt now, CVNA, or a resumption in CVNA. I know this looks really boring right now, guys, but in about half an hour, this will start to get filled up. Actually, things have really settled down in the first. Usually, I get a lot more alerts right off the bat, but hardly any. And this is what I'm talking about. My momentum up and down. There's only 5 on the way up and 3 on the way down so far. Okay, there's Ari on. Okay, Ari now is starting to move on earnings. It wasn't doing anything in the pre-market really. So there's ARRIY. Just be careful. It had a big topping tail up to 1966, big bottoming tail down to 1851. But Ari just won a race. But again, it is early. Look at that GME just sinking now. AFRM, let's see what's happening with AFRM. AFRM, Mizuho maintained a firm with a price target of 18. So there's an upgrade for AFRM from Mizuho. Yeah, I just wish it hadn't have dropped so quickly, Art. But yeah, I mean, my complete bias was to short GME. So if, others who are not quite as conservative as I am took it, great. From yesterday, ONON from yesterday. ONON yesterday was an earnings play, continuation on earnings. And look at this, 28 was the high yesterday, so it's right at yesterday's high. So this could be a second day continuation off earnings. Hmm. ETNB, this was phase two results. ETNB, and outperformed target of 27 from RBC. Okay. Another one that was active in the pre-market, SCYX. SCYX had a big day yesterday. Recovery day, big recovery day yesterday. This is something to do with fungus. Now we got to worry about fungus. CDC fungus study. So this company's got something to do, some kind of a drug. Okay, SCYX, where could this go? Okay, so OLLI had the fade, the big fade off that high. Okay, wow, almost $64. Dropped almost $5. But again, first 15 minutes, look how erratic it is. Big topping tail, big bottoming tail. Shoot. Okay, guys, I have an alert for NVDS for some reason. NVDS, whoa, all-time low. I guess that's why I have it. NVDS, all-time low. Thank you, Don. Hey, it doesn't bother me that I'm not in the GME short. It really doesn't. I'm just as happy if others took it. I'm just too conservative to take some of these things in the first 15. And I run the risk of this happening, but so be it. I've just seen too many times, especially a stock like this one can, really jump around in the first 15. No, I may still get into the short later if it sets up, but happy that some took it. That's fine. Yeah, GME's in the AI. You're right. Well, you can be in the AI. Okay, guys, shoot. Wolf is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown now. Wolf showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown, and it's almost an all-time low. I guess the all-time low would be 872. Well, I'm going to stick an alert down here for the all-time low for Wolf, just in case it takes it out. 870 is the all-time low for WOOF, and it's an earnings play, so just being beaten up. Stephen, there's usually a bit of a delay. If you're looking instantly, the question is from our YouTube room. If you heart so you're saying you've unhearted it and yet it's still there. Usually it takes 30 seconds or so before it'll disappear. I have no suggestions if it's. Oh, really? Days ago. Hmm. I have no suggestions then. Let me just see if it happens for me. First, I'm gonna like. Now, the other thing is, how many do you have? First of all, I'm gonna put Wolf in my like list. And first of all, see how long it takes to get there. Look at Wall, guys. Boy, Wall is having a big surge here. WAL. Yeah, you can go to your account and delete them. I know that should work, but it should also, I mean, the whole idea of having it hearted and unhearted. Okay, so Wolf just showed up. Okay, that took about 30 seconds. Okay, now I'm going to unheart it and see what happens. See how long it takes to get out of there. Meanwhile, ETNB guys. There's the, yeah, wow, here's the ONON, guys. A second day continuation of earnings, and we're getting some halts and resumes. So this is again one of those crazy SPACs, JMac. Okay, so this is a my liked, okay, and Wolf disappeared, so I don't know what to say. Okay, I Stephen and anybody else. Um, Wolf disappeared. It was on here, and I unhearted it, and it disappeared. So I'm not really sure what to say. Sorry about that. Well, I don't know what there is to figure out. That's the thing. Oh wow, look at ONON guys now. Really, really romping here. I'll do it one more time, okay? Just to make sure. This is my watch list, which is made up of, let's make sure it's made up of my symbol list, my like personal. Okay, yes. So that's it. And let's take a look at wall, and I'm going to heart it. It'll take a while for it to show up, but it will show up. Pretty confident that it will. Speaking of wall, okay, so there's wall. Okay, there it is. It just showed up. It usually takes about 30 seconds or so. Now I'm going to unheart it. And let's see how long it takes. Obviously taking more than 30 seconds, but I have confidence that it will disappear. There we go. So I don't know how long that took, maybe a minute. There it goes. So I don't know what to say, Stephen. I cannot duplicate it. Okay. Where is the setting to change the font color? I don't know if there's if it's here, tools, options, fonts. I don't think there's a way you can change the font color. You can change the size and the type of font and bold, but I don't think there's a way to. Are you taught? Yeah, there's no way that I can see to change the font color. On the charts, of course, you can change. You can have whatever you want. Oh, you mean within the trading room? Oh, I don't know. I know there's a palette here or something, a color palette. If you click on the gear, where I can do it anyway, the gear, and then there's a color palette right here. I've just never bothered with it, so oops. Okay, guys, I'm keeping an eye on Woof now. WOOF. And I think I'm going to short this. I mean, where was that low? 878? WOOF? That low hasn't quite taken it out. 872. 872. So it's not quite there. Take a look at Chewy. Okay. Chewy, CHWY. After hours. That's what you think. Let's see what we think. March 22nd post. Yeah, that's what we have too, Captain. So has earnings after hours. Boy, ONON guys, yeah, just sensational now. I'm not in it. Okay, I'm not in it, but man, just sensational second day continuation of earnings. ONON. Why am I not in it? Well, because it was too early for me to get in it, and I didn't want to chase it. Really? Well, as long as you put the alerts in caps and everything else in normal print, I don't know. It's possible. Wait, Wall is really accelerating here, guys. WAL really accelerating up here. The high yesterday, it's challenging it, I think, 3605. Yeah, 3605. If it takes that high out, I think the next high is 4250. Boy, keep an eye on Wall if it takes out 3605. Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm going to stick a price alert around 3620 for Wall, WAL, and see if it takes it out. Reason being, of course, is that then when you look left, the next high is way up here at 4250. I agree. I do agree. I mean, it does definitely stand out. Woof, guys. Woof, woof, woof. You know what's having another kind of a bad day also is SGML. SGML. Take a look at SGML. Well, it's popped up. When I saw this, this was a giant red candle. 33.67, so it's popped up almost a dollar from there. But this is having another bad day. Woof, woof, woof. I can't say it more. There's the VWAP for 24.95. Oh, it's way up there. Okay. The VWAP for GME. So GME is just sort of settling down now. It's kind of settling down a little bit. Give me a moment, please. Can I say it again? Woof, woof, woof. No, it sounds juvenile, but wow, guys, WAL now is that high. Boy, this is what's KRE doing? You know what? This is trading on its own. WAL is kind of trading on its own because I'm looking at Well, there's KRE right here. But this has had just a big run since 9:30, whereas there's KRE, not the same at all. All right, guys. Just be around here. Just be a little careful on it right now with the woof. I mean, as Real said, it's bounce. It is bounce potential too. All right, let's take a look at how these things have worked so far. So there's the ONON. This is the 10-day daily breakout. ONON. The alert was at 940, 28.31. From there, it got up to 29.30. There's a dollar move. ETNB, I think it's still reasonable. 1506 was the alert. It got up to, wow, excuse me, 1587. Is that right? 1580. And of course, we've got the WOOF at 905. I did not take it there. 905 got down to 848. That's a big move percentage wise. I don't think alt really moved too much. 448. Yeah, it hasn't really moved too much. Again, these are ideas, always just ideas. Don't think just because you get the alert, you take the trade immediately. And notice this is getting a little more typical, not too many alerts. All right, I have to put my alert for wall back on, WAL. It briefly took out that high and came right back down. I'm going to reset my alert. AKRO guys, wow, this is Acro, AKRO guys. Wow, look at this one now. Look at the few days it's had. It's not an earnings play. When is earnings? March 17th. So I had earnings on the 17th. And let's see, the next low looking left on the weekly chart is 35, 20, 35.53, getting close to that. And then the next low underneath, wow, 32, 32.21. I mean, this is already below that low, that weekly low of 35.80. Okay, no, is that right? Yeah, 35.80 is the low. So it's right at that low of a few weeks ago. And then after that, the next low is way down here at 32.21 for AKRO. Hmm. So there's the bounce for Wolf guys. So as I say, just hopefully it took. Here's wall again. Wow, what's happening here? Yeah, FRC is ripping now. Yeah, over that 15, now 16. FRC. Another one that's near the yesterday's high. No, actually not that close. 1944 is yesterday's high for FRC. There's the donut. Donut just showed up in the 10-day daily breakout. Now, here's the issue. 16 looks like it could be pretty tough nut to crack, tough donut to crack. This is a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for donut, DNUT. You have an uptrend. You have that red candle completely engulfed by the previous green candle. The next candle is green, moving above that high of 1563, which was the high of the red. But my issue is right here, right at that 16 level. Now, listen, it may just jet right through it. See if there's any reason for it. Krispy Kreme, seeing getting a boost from McDonald's partnership. Okay. Meanwhile, SCYX. All right, is this shortable for me? It is shortable for me. Why? Do I care? Look at that 200-day moving average of 209. It's at two. It's right at the 200-day moving average. The next high in the weekly chart is 226. I think. Yeah, this is again. This is. I guess we've got a new sector, guys. The fungus sector. And this is an anti-fungus drug. Okay, that is the SCYX. Is he speaking at 2:30? I know the minutes are 2. Are they talking at 2:30 also? Yeah, I don't know if there's a presser at 2:30. Well, is it a good option? Well, let's see how it, performs at 209. I mean, it's trying to get through 209. I mean, if it does, then the next high is 226. I mean, there's news on this. I mean, if what's that HBO series now? The Last of Us, or to do with fungus? I mean, it's strong. Yeah, it's like it wants to power through that 200-day area. Again, if this sort of stuff catches on, I mean, again, this could be the quote unquote new sector. Okay, guys, let's take a look at some of these ones here. How's the ARRY doing? ARRY? Very choppy. Look at these topping tails, bottoming tails, all over the place. Those first three 15-minute candles. It looks like the trend is down. It's an earnings play, big float, 144 million in the float. Whoa, WAL. It's been choppy though. It's been really choppy at that high of yesterday. Just watching KRE, guys. KRE starting to do its thing. But this was running ahead of KRE. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sorry. I think I'm wrong. This is a 945 candle. I thought that was a 930 candle. So it's the same. Three green candles, three green candles. I thought that was a 930 candle. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So yeah, so we've got the double-barreled 2 o'clock when they actually release what the interest rates are going to do, and then 2:30 to talk. So we'll have the fireworks at 2 and at 2:30. I don't know, guys. This sixth level, what is the next high looking at? 1582, 1606, 1604. So between here, 1572 and 16, to me, there seems to be a lot of resistance for Donut, DNUT. But it does continue to inch its way up, DNUT. I'm definitely looking at a potential short though for DNUT getting into this area. Truist, putting a $20 price target on it from 15. Okay. Recent alert though, again, 1567, 1580 now. This one, the SCYX 208. But let's see if it takes out that 200-day again, and then that might be a good short op. All right. Well, GME rising here, guys, off that AI alert, 2342, 2465 now. The VWAP 2481, 2481. Is that right? So let's see what happens at that VWAP for GME. See if that stalls it. Okay, 2481. I have to stick an alert for GME at 24, right at 2481, right at that VWAP, and see what happens. See if it falls back off it. Well, I don't know if it's a good one, but I mean, SCYX is, it's obviously in the news right now. It's a $2 stock through the 200-day moving average. Again, coming into maybe that resistance area of 226. That is the next high looking left. All right, guys, I have taken a donut short. I'm not going to overstay my welcome, I don't think, but I have taken a donut short, DNUT. Covered some. Again, I'm not looking to, I think this is pretty strong still, obviously. I'm actually testing a couple of things here. It looked like to me, I've got another chart up and running with that has a linear regression channel. I've also been able to use, sorry, I've been putting some anchored VWAPs. The alert really was at 1583 for me. Man, I'm not in the WAL. I just a little, it was so jumpy around that high. But WAL, man, I mean, now the next high looking left is 42.53. Not saying it's getting there. GME coming right into that VWAP, guys. 2480 coming right into it. Boy, this is really interesting, guys. Again, the VWAP 2480 for GME. Let's see if it powers through that, or or will it stall right there. I mean, it's right at it. Again, my bias, of course, is a short, but all right, guys. Well, it looks like the VWAP, it's going to maybe not hold it. Remember, it's an area, as Real would say, it's an area, but 2480. Again, these are just quick trades for me now. It's a donut. I mean, it was okay, but now has come right back up. I will look to reshort it if it gets rejected at 16. Yeah, just making a new high now. Look at Oracle going, guys. ORCL out of the price range I like, but Oracle's on the move here. ORCL. Next high looking left is 89.64, so relatively close on a percentage basis. Okay, I must reset my alert for GME at that at the VWAP, just underneath the VWAP, maybe 2469 or so, and see if it takes it out. Again, my bias, yeah, I'm biased, is to short this. Well, Zach, everybody's different. Of course, people can trade and make money. Some people can't. Some people have jobs, other, side jobs, or it's not their full-time job. I mean, everybody's different, Zach. There's no one answer to that question. Other than, can you trade instead of working at a regular job? The answer is yes. There's an answer to that question. How many people can do it? No idea. Oh, wow, this is GME. Okay. Well, I'm just going to wait to see if it takes out that VWAP later on. That's all. But I'll say this, you better practice for 6 months or so before you commit money to the market. And I don't mean just you, I'm just talking in general. Okay, guys, again, I'm just watching this GME. I know I'm fixated on it, but I just have this feeling that if it can take out the VWAP on the way down and maybe get down to that 2460-ish area, I might get it moving down again. SGML, guys, SGML, SGML, weakening. The low today was, wow, right down here, 33.72, but yesterday's low was 33, so there's about a dollar. FRC. Okay, now, again, I have to, well, it's going to take a long time, probably before it can take that out. 1944 is the next high looking left, so that is, so I can't wait for that. All right, VK, VK at TX obviously has a ton of room. It is trying to recover. VKTX, yesterday's high was 1171. Well, this is strong. No doubt about it. GME is strong. Okay, guys, sorry. I am just, again, internal discussions, just following along. Ari, here we go on the way up or on the way down. Okay, I guess on the way up. Yeah, so the next high looking left is 2094. There's room. Yeah, about $1.50 until the next high. Now, the high of the day probably has to take out that 1965 was the high of the day for Ari. Okay, woof. We flipped the script. I know Real was saying it's near the right at the VWAP, 9, right at the VWAP. So the next high looking left is 960. So this could, yeah, this could be, there's Donut right back down again. Not in it anymore, but Donut is right back down again, DNUT. Oops. All right, guys, woof on the other side now. Woof on the other side. I don't use a 9 EMA at all, things to do in Hawaii. And that is not to say if a person uses the 9 EMA or the 8 EMA or the 13.2985 EMA and they find it, and that's good for them to place trades, great. I just don't use it. Well, there's no question. GME, super strong, super strong. I mean, it tore through the VWAP and has left it behind now. The memers have definitely got a hold of this one now. I mean, that's impressive. There's the alert, 2342 from the AI. All right, market. What is the market doing? So the market is flat. Yeah, I mean, it's flat. FOMC day, 2 o'clock Eastern, announced what the interest rate rise will be. Will it be 0.25? Will it be 25 or 50? Will it be zero? Or are they cut? I doubt they're going to cut. And then more fireworks. So really at 2:30 when the discussion takes place. So we'll have some real action at 2. You'll see the SPY go up and down, up and down, up and down, and you'll have more action at 2:30. So yeah, if you're in stocks like, Meta or stocks that really kind of follow the market, I probably wouldn't be. You're going to be at the whim of whatever happens. A lot of the stuff that we follow, the larger or the smaller cap stuff, probably won't care. But the bank stocks, oh, for sure. All right. So Wolf is still holding the VWAP. I'm looking to take this one really around, say, 910. I see a 910, 911 bid. Just seeing how it's holding the VWAP. But right now, there's the VWAP right there at 901. And guys, I'm excited for today. Might be my first day of riding, dusting off the bike. Look at the room PBF has. PBF. Next high is 46.79. Look at PBF. Bicycle. No, yeah, I'm talking bicycle, not a motorcycle. Road, Pepe. All right, guys, I'm in it. I'm in the woof. 909. Let's see what 901. Well, there's the I think the VWAP is around 9, so that'll get me out. Ooh, yes, GME maybe Seeing that VWAP again on the downside. So let's see. I'm sure it's risen a bit. Yeah, 2488. So 2488. In fact, that's what it did. It challenged the VWAP and popped off at a bit. Wow, look at FRC, guys, off that 16 level now. FRC off that 16 level. Okay. Shoot, where are you? Okay, so GME now, right at that, I mean, it's just a little bit under that VWAP again. So tricky, with a meme stock like this. All right, guys, I'm out of woof. I might look at it again, but I'm out of it right now. Took a little loss on that, like trying to go long. I think I'll concentrate on the GME right now. Ames 2488. Again, there's the VWAP. Will it hold? Boy, FRC. Oof. It's still hanging. I know I'm fixated on this, but it's still hanging. GME is still hanging around the VWAP. Um, yeah, donut. I still have. I do have a thumbnail. Thanks, Real. I'm gonna give up on it. There's the VWAP. The only problem is the VWAP is fairly close on a 1571 break. So I don't know. For me, anyway. I'm not sure then. Yeah, Stan. First day of what I call decent weather. Hmm. Boy, it's trying. It is trying to leave that VWAP behind. Ha ha ha, Real. Okay, okay. Now that purple line is not the VWAP. I guess that is with I guess all the pre-market action in there, but so that's the VWAP 2488. Yes. Now, guys, if you took this, again, be aware this is a meme stock, and I don't know where they can come back in. So, but that was key. Finally, taking out that VWAP in a more major way, and that's the GME. Okay, guys. I'm looking at wow, that's SCYX. Now, did it finally fall? Yeah, a little bit here, but boy, I mean, it got up to that 227, which was the high of that week. 226 was the high of that week. That week meaning end of December or in December. Okay, guys, you get a little religious here. I mean, okay, we get it. Oh, Jimmy, pick out 24. Are they available? I know they were talking about that a long time ago, Captain. Are they actually available? Really? But how do you get to that data? I mean, I have TradingView now. I mean, I took out a subscription to TradingView, so I remember IB said, "Hey, we're looking to integrate TradingView charts into our platform." Ah, change version. Right, right. What happens when you do that? Yeah, I got it. Change version. You know what? It may not be available in Canada. Yeah, it's not available in Canada, I guess, because all it says is change version and it says stable. So unless there's another way of doing it, it might not be available in Canada. All right, guys, well, not almost, it's 11 o'clock. Been a super fast morning, lots of action. Yeah, there's the donut. I'm just a little leery of that the VWAP. I get my book tomorrow, by the way. 1553 is the VWAP. Let's see what happens there. I mean, if it takes it out, I could get in it. Yeah, I mean, the GameStop, yes, it is working. Talking to somebody in our Joe Dagger in our YouTube room, but remember, this is a meme stock, so just got to be look at the volume. The volume is drying up. I mean, it's still good volume, 143,000 shares on this candle, but compared to the previous candles, so the volume is starting to dry up. Oh, okay, yeah, Jungle Jim. Okay, I'll do it tomorrow, maybe, and see. Not that it's going to help me. I mean, I've got but it'd be interesting to see what you can do with those charts. Look at these bank stocks now, guys. WAL really took a header. I mean, from that 36, 37 down to 35 and a half. So $1.50 drop there and right at the VWAP, I think. 35.45, 35, yeah, 35.45. So it's underneath the VWAP now, guys. WAL. VWAP break. I get this book and I can understand exactly how to use it and the anchored VWAP. I'm going to be out of control talking to you guys about it. Okay, guys, before I do that, before we get into that, I'm going to talk about my homepage and what you can find on my homepage. Now, I have a feeling that the promo code is not working. Well, not working. It's that Patty 25. It's over as I thought it might be last night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. All right, if you click on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. Homepage link. You will see that. This is what you will see. Yeah, so that promo code is not valid anymore, guys. You'd have to use Barry 15, okay, for 15% off. And that's 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Come on, GME, break 24. And we have the 4 plans. Annual monthly premium standard. So again, the annual premium is 2,000. Annual standard is 1,000, less the 15%. You don't have to go. And the big difference is the AI. AI did bring you GME, at 23.42. I mean, it worked. I mean, that was a nice trade. You had to trade it. You just can't let it, go back to that entry price, but you had to trade it. But it was a nice trade, 23.42. What did it get up to? So 23.42, and I got up to 26.02. I mean, that's a nice move, $2.50. Excuse me, over a little over $2.50 move before it finally came back. But that's what the AI looks like. That is the premium service. You don't have to go annual. In fact, do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. You can always start off with a standard monthly or a premium monthly. You'll get the 15% discount off that first month only. But you can try us out. If you decide you do want to take out an annual, I actually have a code, and it's not the Patty one, but I have another code that I can give you if you do want to take out an annual subscription at any time, either for the, I don't recommend taking out an annual unless you know you want the product. But if you currently have a monthly subscription, I can get you a 25% discount on the annual if you want to upgrade, okay? And I shouldn't call it an upgrade. We have so many of our customers just go annual, or sorry, a month to month. That's fine. If you do take out a subscription, please do the get started. It'll take you, not please do, you must do the get started. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 videos, starting off with a download and your download and install, your first startup and login, etc. If you're brand new to trading, nice little free resource for you right here, Trading 101. This is put together by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Okay, so I really recommend you take a look at this. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is free. It is sent to you before the market opens Monday mornings. I don't know if it got stopped out, but NEM is the trade of the week. I know it triggered briefly Monday morning. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what the stop was. It's possible it got stopped out. Give me a moment. Okay. Education. Here's the big education section. So if you click here on education, don't get overwhelmed by it. Now, here's the user guide. Don't get overwhelmed by how much there is in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. I've already talked about the getting started, mandatory. You should know what an alert window is, the A window, what a top list window is, the T window, and you should know about the stock racing. I've really tried to simplify this too, and I don't mind doing it like this now at all. This is not as volatile as the other one. If you want volatility, you can take a look. Well, I still am sharing. You're going to see I'm still sharing that more volatile stock or race. Okay, but this is I think this is even for myself. I like this. So if you click on the stock racing, this is what you're going to find. You'll see that we have 4 videos and we have the race startup, race configuration, all clickable. So it goes into a lot of detail about what racing is all about. Next, getting started. There's the getting started again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1. Now, I'm not 100% sure it'll be Jamie today. I don't think it will be Jamie today. So I'll have to find out who is going to be. I will just take a look. I don't think it's going to be Jamie. Just give me a moment. Okay, so actually now I just noticed the promo code, if you click on my homepage link now, the promo code is now the Barry 15. Okay, just got changed. Now my scan, let me keep going here. So there's the daily support. Before I take my break at 12 o'clock Eastern time, I will put the YouTube link in so you can head over there and listen to whoever it is going to be today. Okay, now my scans. So again, if you click on my link, you're wondering where my scans are. Sorry, guys, just trying to figure out who's going to take over from me in about an hour, less than an hour from now. So again, you click on my scans, and there's the promo code. Okay, the new promo code. So if you click on my scan or click on my homepage link, scroll down, and here are my scans. So I'm only showing the large cap gainers now. If you want the more volatile one, there it is in terms of the racing. The pre-market actives up and down. These are 2 top lists. This is what I use in the pre-market. You can see I've been missing Zura. Is this a new? Is this an IPO today? There's the halts resumes. If you're looking for fast moving stocks, you can take a look at the momentum scan right there. And of course, this is the big one. Well, for me anyway, when I like to concentrate on the 10-day daily breakouts and breakdowns. So if you do decide to take out a subscription, please use my homepage link, and then you'll use that promo code. And if you do save my homepage link, then you can take a look at my scans and that education anytime you want. Yeah, cool. Okay, thank you, Captain. Now, is that see what that looks like? Yeah, cool. Well, that's certainly an improvement over the IB charts. Not that I, not that I use the IB charts, but okay, Donut. Nice call by Real on that break, and it now is just at the VWAP. Now, one of the things, somebody may say, well, why didn't you just take it before the VWAP? And I could have, but I'm really trying to formulate a true plan about trading around the VWAP. I've never been like a big VWAP player before. It was 2 or 3, 4 months ago. I knew that it existed, of course, but I'm really trying to trade around the VWAP now. So if I'm trying to trade around the VWAP, that would have prevented me from taking that trade because, even though Real said, 1571 break, to me that 1553 was too close. And if you attend the Tuesday webinar or the Tuesday 12 to 1 session, you'll hear Michael Noss nagging at you guys constantly about having a trading plan and sticking to it. And don't worry about other things. Are you able to put an anchored VWAP in those IB charts? In the sorry, not the the TV charts within IB, are you able to put an anchored VWAP? Oh, okay. Jamie is here. Okay. Okay. So Jamie will show up. He'll be in our room in about 45 minutes in the YouTube room. And again, I would not be in any one of the bank stocks before 2 o'clock. Okay. Or at 2 o'clock, because you never know what they're going to say. And of course, that will affect the bank stocks more immediately than probably anything else, depending on what they say about interest rates. Okay. Yeah. So can you see where it says indicators, metrics, and strategies at the top? It should be right beside the candlesticks, the candles. I'll show you, like right there. And what you would do is you would just type in anchored VWAP and you'll get a bunch of them. Okay, so no anchored VWAP in the beta. Okay. Look how this is working, Pepe, as an example. So I'm doing the the auto drawing of the anchored VWAP, and that orange line is the top, and this line down here is the bottom. So this is from the top, the highs, and this is the bottom of the lows. Okay, and I'm using a 20 period, so you can see what happened. It got right in there. So you could argue that you could say you take that trade right there at 1586, and you can put your stop at the VWAP, but obviously if it pops through it, you don't get out. And there's the bottom. There is the lower anchored VWAP at 1540. And this is all automatically drawn. Something I hope the trade ideas will be able to do once Michael Noss does intraday. I'm auto drawing, yeah. This is auto drawing it. How? In terms of, well, I've got, highest high, which is, how many periods am I using? 30? Yeah, 30. So on a 5-minute chart, 150 minutes, both on the high side and the low side. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, it was, I mean, I knew they were there. You just have to type in auto anchored VWAP. The trick is, how many, what period do you want to use? But I said, you know what? 5-minute chart, I'll use 30, 150 minutes and see what happens. And I say, I get my book tomorrow, so I will be diving into it. But it makes it so much easier rather than having to, put a VWAP in, set the VWAP manually. No, 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 Stan. These are trading view charts. So what I'm hoping that, ultimately we'll have the same sort of thing. Okay, these are trading view charts. It's a great combination because, the charting is, well, it's got obviously some more charting abilities, and then the real-time scanning of trade ideas then allows me and just to, take a look at if I'm going to be a devotee, to the anchored VWAP, etc., then it just saves me a ton of time. And obviously, guys, I'm out of the GME. Okay, obviously, I hope that makes sense. I was wishing for it to break 24. Um, got down close, but not quite. So now it's testing the VWAP again. You see, let me just show you, what time is it now? 11:21. So I can show you that it's getting closer. If I go to the Market Explorer, Michael Noss will kill me probably for showing this, but I don't care. And select the strategy and anchored VWAP. Okay. So um, the pinch daily. Look what happens. So here's MNSO. And you're going to see on the daily, you see how it automatically drew the VWAP. Okay. That purple line is the upper, and the lower line is, well, and the lower purple line is lower, okay? So this is the pinch VWAP in action on the daily chart, automatically drawing the line. So Michael is setting, the periods, after reading Brian Shannon's book, I think that's what he's doing. He's setting these periods. But you can see, so imagine once we're able to do it intraday and figuring out, well, how far back, where do we, and it'll be the high and the low of the day. But again, you can see how if I click on OEC, see, they're automatically drawn. It's just that we don't have it intraday yet. And that's not available to you guys yet. No, TradingView is not linked to my brokerage, but it's linked to Trade Ideas. So when I click on an alert, well, it may as well be. TradingView is not linked to my brokerage though. But when I click on an alert in Trade Ideas, it loads into the Trade Ideas into the TradingView chart, and then it loads into my order entry also in Interactive Brokers. Luis, are you talking about from within Trade Ideas? I really don't want to dwell too much on TradingView, obviously, okay, but if you're talking TradingView, it's pretty simple. But are you talking? I mean, you can set the anchored. You can do the anchored VWAP within Trade Ideas manually, okay. But Are you talking about what I just displayed? Because that's not available yet. Yeah. Okay. So it's not available yet, Luis. Okay. It's still being tested. Michael still wants to test it some more, so it's just not available yet. He'll kill me from showing it, but I mean, he's had it up and running for a while now. I'm not sure exactly what has to happen. It may be a server overload also, so we have to make sure that that doesn't happen. How do you configure social media trends on the column? So are you talking about, yeah, we used to have a link with StockTwits, but we don't have anymore. Our business relationship dissolved with them several years ago. Humble Trader, so if that's what you're talking about, StockTwits. Okay, CWO. What does this do? 374 Water Inc. 374. I wonder why 374. Must be a reason. 374 Water Inc. This is not quite a lifetime high, but what a run this has been on. 320 up to 507 in about 2 weeks. It's not a crazy low float, 52 million in the float. One of the things I'm also kind of excited about with this whole VWAP stuff and getting that book tomorrow and all. I've never really had what I would. I mean, I have a trading plan. I have a style, but I wouldn't say that it is. Certainly not revolving around certainly the VWAP before or things like that. I would it'd be more of a feel. What's the market doing? Looking left, always going to be looking left, always, always, always. This is more of a plan, like a true trading plan. If you're going to trade around the VWAP and the anchored VWAP and things like that, that's more of a trading plan. Look at these banks. They're just, I mean, ahead of, well, we still have 2.5 hours to 2 o'clock. What do I think about it? Well, let's see. Is it still up there? Well, see now, if I could have seen this break of the VWAP, I probably would have taken a look at a short. But also, I mean, two may hold it. I mean, listen, I don't want to get too, just because something breaks the VWAP, you just automatically pile into a short. No, no, no. But I certainly want to. I will know about it. But to me, two could hold it. And it did have some news. Again, if we're going to have a new sector called the fungus, the fungus stock sector, this is one of them. Yeah, look at KRE. I mean, I haven't had the SPY up at all. I mean, the SPY is basically flat, no point. But look at KRE. Look at these bank stocks, the regional banks, and probably a lot of bank stocks, not just regionals. Let's take a look at Bank of America as an example, BAC. Let's see what it is doing. Yeah, I mean, so all these stocks are falling, you know, ahead of the 2 o'clock announcements. That's still, I mean, we're still 2.5 hours away, but maybe, maybe it's leaking up. Maybe it's going to be a 50 basis point. Zura. Now, man, is this an IPO? Missed the boat on this one if it is. So this was yesterday. Is this an IPO or a SPAC? Yeah, so that was a SPAC yesterday, did nothing really. And now look at today. Wow. ZURA. Give me a moment, please, guys. I'll be right back. And meanwhile, ZURA, yeah, ZURA just absolutely exploded here. How much volume is it? Not a lot of volume. Look at the volume, guys. 359,000 shares is not a lot of volume for a stock to be up 123%. Not shortable, of course, for most people, in my guess. Not shortable for most people. If you've got Centerpoint or Cobra or one of those, maybe it's shortable. All right, guys. So let's take a look at looking at KRE. So we've had straight 1 hour of straight down for the regional banks. Maybe a rest right here now. Well, excuse me, the VWAP is fine here. I always look at the single stock. I mean, a lot of times it will be about the same, that purple line, but I always look at the up here. Okay, that is the VWAP. I mean, that is the true VWAP. It's in this particular case, it looks like it's 678 and it's 681. But like GME, okay, GME is a good example. Using all that pre-market data. So yeah, it looks, if I look at that purple line, it looks like the VWAP's at 2439. I'm always looking here though. Oh, I see. You can't see what I'm pointing at. Okay. Well, my single stock window has the true VWAP. Okay. Because that's the first thing I look at when I click on an alert. I always look at my single stock window, to check what the float is and at a glance. So my single stock window has the true VWAP. And most of the time, the purple line on my chart will be very, very close. So it gives me a bit of a visual, but I'm always checking on my single stock window. That tells me where it is really. I know you can't see what I'm pointing at. So looking at LAZR specifically, yeah, it was about the same. It is about the same. I mean, I know you can't see my screen, but oh, you just don't have it added then. VWAP one, it's called. You just don't have it added as a filter. You just have to add it as a filter. VWAP one. All right, guys. Time is it now? 11:37. Yeah. So Jamie will be in our room in about 20 minutes. but the VWAP is, well, okay. Okay, for fun. Well, let's just do something here. I don't think including that in the single stock window made any difference, but okay, I just made a change. Okay, so I am not including pre-market data. Okay, now I'll go on. I mean, probably I'll go to GME again. Okay, what do you have for VWAP for GME? Okay, I'll go to Donut, DNUT. But GME should be a good one because it's got so much pre-market stuff. VWAP, I have 1552. Okay, so, I mean, it depends when you click on it. So to me, that's pretty close. And I'm actually checking right on Trading View, and it is virtually the same. The big difference was GME. GME is coming into the VWAP again, guys. I'm going to play this thing all day, maybe. I just can't believe it's going to hold up here. Well, then there's something going on then with the way we're calculating it, real, because I've taken the pre-market out of the single stock window, and we have 2484, and I'm looking at Trading View, and it looks like it's at 2480. So you're at 2458. So it must be, I don't know, some different way of calculating it. I don't know. Don't know what to say. Look at the banks, guys. So that's now an hour and 15 down, an hour and 15 straight down. KRE. Banks are just really, really selling off ahead of 2 o'clock. The market is rallying. Maybe is the overall market rallying? I don't see the market's rallying at all. Humble. Well, unless I have the SPY up here. I don't see the market rallying. Interesting, guys. WAL has a bounce. WAL has a bounce, whereas FRC is still heading down, and so is PACW. So WAL is having actually a bit of a bounce. As you know, I'll show you what I mean. Look at this WAL. Look at this nice big green candle, and yet KRE continues to move down. Look at AIG, guys. Well, call it a bank, but not really, I guess, but insurance, obviously. 47.78, $2 from the net to the next low. And that is quite a bit below the VWAP. Also, AIG, quite a bit below. All right, let's take a look at ARRI, see what ARRI is doing. ARRY, still pretty strong, hasn't had a huge pullback. Struggled to get through 20, I think. Got up to 2014, pulled back. Let's see if it takes out 20 for the second time. Yeah, I'm going to stick an alert just over 2009 for ARRY and see if it takes that out, because the next high looking left is 2094, so it'd have a little bit of room, say to that 21 level. And let's see, it's an earnings play. All right, guys, so things have really, really slowed down now. I'm not getting too many new alerts. And I would anticipate between now and 2, certainly with the larger cap stocks, we're not going to get too much action. All right, so here's VET now, VET, Vermilion Energy. There's the VWAP at 1291. So I am going to just stick an alert. No, that's way down here. See, that purple line is basically where the VWAP is. So that, even though it has pre-market data, but I guess it didn't trade very much in the pre-market. But let's just see. Put an alert there and see what happens. See if the VWAP holds it or does it crash through. Okay, well, look at this. So this SCYX actually took out two. Boy, on that, so the the VWAP break of 208, that got it going, took out two, and now the next low, I'm not in this, but the next low was 186 or so on the 15-minute, on the 15-minute chart. Okay, guys, I am just going to put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Jamie for his hour. He's not there yet. He'll be there in about 10 minutes. All right, this one, T-Bio, TBIO is popping in here, guys. TBI. Wow, look at this one. Okay, I don't know what happened here. I don't know what happened from 37 down to $1.90. I can't remember. I don't know if that was true drop. What year was that? 2021. Yeah. So this obviously stopped trading as T-Bio up here, and then these guys came back as T. Am I right? Yeah, because that's 2021 and this is 2023. So something happened. So this is not truly a massive gap down, but and it's an earnings play. Didn't see this in the pre-market at all. T-Bio is an earnings play. Actually, I did see it. I actually have it written down as in one of the ones to watch. So there's T-Bio. The recent high was 225. Well, it's broken through that, sorry, on the weekly chart. I don't know how to interpret all this. Somebody would have to dive in but this stop trading is T-Bio back here in August of 2021, resumed under the the symbol T-Bio in 2023. But I don't mean it was halted. I mean, it's probably a symbol name. They assume this symbol. But look at this go, guys. Yeah, T-Bio on the move here. It's an earnings play. I think it must be now. SJ, are you in our YouTube room also? Okay. Hopefully it's just on your end. Nobody else is saying that I'm echoing. Okay, so it must be just on your end. Maybe do a refresh. GME. Shoot, I missed it. I missed the break. I missed the VWAP break again. Probably can't do it anyway because I'm going to be taking my break in about 5 minutes from now. So Well, guys, there's this. I mean, very, very, very difficult to trade this, of course, but there's the Zura, ZURA again. I guess it just resumed. No, I'm sorry, it did not. It resumed earlier, but making a new high. That's my bad. I should have had a an alert set for the break of the high of the day today of yesterday for Zura. How can you remove the buy sell buttons? I'm not sure if you can do that. Let me just see if there's a way. I don't know if there's a way to actually. I don't think there's a way to. You're talking about. Well, you can gray them out, so it's. I mean, it's hardly noticeable. Somebody asked in our YouTube room, Fernando, how to remove the buy and sell buttons from the chart. I don't. I don't think there's a way to do that. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to do it, but I mean, it's not that bad, is it? I mean, it's grayed out if you don't have them, if you don't assign a buy strategy or a sell strategy to it, it's just kind of grayed out. As Pepe can tell me, I don't think there's a way to remove those buttons. I don't think there's a way to remove any of these indicators up here from the charts. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Pepe. There he is, Mr. Jamie Hodge himself.
Li-
Just give me a moment, Jamie. I'll just mute myself, I'll mute myself in the other two rooms. So guys, Jamie is there. Let me just get my announcement here. I'm on a break. Back, oops, back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay, guys, so I'll mute myself now in the main room. And in our other little room. All right, Jamie.
Hello,
Well,
Barry.
my friend.
Okay, you want to see the kick myself for not taking the trade of the morning is
Yes,
not
I
trying to
do.
get short some of this Pac W, and it was just bouncing around at that $12 level. But oh well.
Oh,
Oh well.
we can say that many, many times. Oh, well. There's always another one, though, Jamie. There's always going to be another one, as
That's
we
true.
know.
That's true.
Now, these banks, of course, with the 2 o'clock meeting and then 2:30 with the presser, they should be real. I would not be in any one of those at that time.
No, no, no,
No,
no, no, no, no.
not even close. If anything's
And
going to be
we
affected, it's going to be those guys.
we've got about an
2 hours.
let's see here, 2 hours to go. Yep, 1 o'clock
Yeah,
my time.
yeah. So should be fun, though. It should
Well,
be fun.
Barry, this is the canary in the coal mine here. We got that close on Credit Suisse on Friday at 201.
Mm-hmm.
And me and another buddy were discussing this. He's like, well, based on the calculations, I think it's going to be 80 cents. And sure
Mm-hmm.
enough, that's where it
Yeah.
opened the next day or opened at 90.
Yeah.
But I mean, canary in the coal mine. I mean, everybody just thinks that, oh, it got fixed with the Silicon Valley debacle, you know, but we shall see. We shall see.
Just one moment, Jamie.
Okay, well, we're waiting on Barry to say hi bye. Welcome to
I'm
my
back. I'm
desktop,
sorry,
everybody.
Jamie. I just
Ah,
had
no
to.
worries.
Yeah, that Credit Suisse. Somebody asked me the other day, should I play this for a bounce? And I said no. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, who knows? Anything can happen. There can be, but I mean, you have to know what the story is and why it's down there. And
True, true. And
anything can happen. But
yeah, yeah. Makes me think of Deutsche Bank, which,
Yeah, these are
they've been
big
beaten
banks.
down, but not near as bad as CS.
No,
But you never can tell what's going to be
yeah,
coming. So Barry, what do you
exactly.
think? What do you think they're going to do? Just for giggles, what do you think the
What
Fed's
do
going
I
to do?
think? Probably 25. I mean,
Yeah,
I don't think, I mean, all I do is I just read, the so-called percentages and what 80% of people think it's going to be 25, 20% say it's going to be 50, and then you get the other ones like 10% say it'll be minus 25. I actually have a rate decrease, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be 25. But that's why it's fun. Just
I
because
would think
80%
so.
think it's going to be 25 doesn't mean it's going to be.
And everybody wants either no change or a down or or a down move of a quarter, 0.25.
Mhm.
And that's just not going to, that's what everybody wants. Therefore, it's not going to happen.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I think it's going to be 25. I think it's going to be 25. I mean, it's possible no change. That's right. That was the other potential selection, no change.
Yeah.
But I think he had some kind of a presser yesterday. I didn't see it, but I don't said he sounded pretty hawkish or something. But anyway, but that's why we wait. But then, of course, 2:30 is the actual presser too. So I mean, there's going to be fireworks then
Yeah, it'll
also.
make for an interesting last hour for sure.
Exactly.
Okay, my friend. Well, you go do your thing, and we'll see you
I
back
will.
here uh, around about an hour or so.
Okay, Jamie. Take
All
care.
right. Bye bye. Okay, hello everybody. Welcome to my desktop. Kind of a weird morning, with the Fed announcement looming in the background. A little bit of opportunity this morning, but I think I've traded maybe taken stabs at 10 different stocks and up a smidge and not going to push it. Just going to wait and see what happens. Let's see, Patrick. Yeah, DB was supposed to crash years ago. And they're very shady. That is correct. Lots of shady activity from these banks. But the funny thing is, everybody knows the activity is shady, but price does not always reflect that. So yeah, DB probably deserves to be trading lower than Credit Suisse, but we'll see. One thing about Credit Suisse that nobody anticipated were I guess those top tier bonds getting wiped out, and I think it was to the tune of like 17 billion. And bonds usually hold up in deals like this, but not that time. So whoever those stakeholders were, 17 billion just evaporated. And the show goes on, so to speak. All right, so just a reminder, if anybody has any questions about trade ideas in general, this is the hour that we allocate for the live support session. So get your questions out there if you do have them. Otherwise, let's just kind of scope out some of the things that I was involved with today. Now, I got to say, as far as ease of entry and nice price action, AG, First Majestic Silver, was a beautiful little play right here, right? That magical 30-minute level. And we get a break. We get a nice little run up from the bottom here, a little consolidation area. And then we pop out of that range, 591 or so. Looking back at our risk, prior 15 minutes, 1, 2, 3. Risk is down here at 583, entry around 590-ish. So a pretty low risk there. We'll just round that up to a dime. So a dime risk here from 592 up to about, not quite 30 cents there, but pretty close to a 3R at the top. And of course, we're not always going to get out at the top, but a nice, as far as a nice smooth move. This is about the smoothest move I've seen today is on AG, First Majestic Silver. Not exactly a small company, 1.6 on the market cap billion and a little over 250 million in the float. So nice and liquid. Good deal, Patrick. Yep. And, sometimes the silver and precious metal and commodity stocks go inverse to the market. Looks like AG had a little bit more of a grip on things before the market actually moved. Interesting what's happening over here on the 15-minute, going back to the prior day. if we look at yesterday, was attempting a smiley face. Maybe we get a little snaggletooth smiley face there, but definitely an area to keep eyes on if we continue in the trend that we're in. And getting back up to the high of the prior day. But yeah, as you said, Patrick, yesterday, a little hairy for AG. Okay, what else was on my radar? Okay, I saw Barry talking about this one. Wish I would have held this one. I got a little too scalpy with it. Area of interest right here as it punched through these lows. Little downturn, kind of the inverse of what we saw in AG. Sellers in control, little 15-minute period of consolidation, then it breaks around 683, and we sell off all the way down to about 650. So not bad 30 cents of opportunity in there. Like I said, I wish I would have held it. I was in and out of it several times here. The scalper and me got the best of me with laser. It was a little fast paced there, but managed to scalp out a little bit there, so can't complain too much. Another one to the downside today. EDBL good for a little bit once we got past this opening. Let's see that first 5-minute candle there, the low of 309, and we didn't break it till over here. Had to sit a little bit of a wiggle. 287, 257, so 30 cents of movement in there, in and out of that one for a little bit of change, but pretty much traded it just like the laser. One of my favorite little Chinese stocks coming back in play lately, ZH, a nice little setup here. Of course, we got this, opening bar here, 126 down to 121, closed with a weird little doji there. Found its bottom down here, and then grinded back up here and popped highs eventually, right about the 126 level. Of course, it didn't play nice. Check out, we had a wiggle down to about the 124 level. So entry here, looking back 15 minutes, 1, 2, 3. Good news is stop was here, through a little bit of a wiggle, got about halfway through that stop area and then reclaimed that area and proceeded to move about 7 cents up. ZH is a pretty thick stock here. So doesn't look like a whole lot of move there from 126 to a high of 133, but pretty acceptable risk and fairly thick. So typically when I'm trading this one, it's at least a couple of thousand. So not really knocking it out of the park with anything today, but hey, I'll take what I can get, especially on a Fed day. Now, as far as any of the race stocks, one that caught my eye early, APEI, looking very similar to some of the ones that we've seen earlier, just kind of a nice consolidation, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25 minutes, a little early on the break here from 431, but this little guy cranking all the way up to 470 and change. So a nice little 40-cent move there. Once again, pretty easy to hold through all these green bars, but whether you started plucking out some up here, still a nice little move from that break area of 432 up to 463. Once again, a nice little 30-cent move on a lower priced stock. Risk level, pretty obvious right here. Entry candle here, 5, 10, 15, right at the bottom of that little green hammer candle there. So a nice risk to reward in APEI, which was a race stock from positive change from the open. And of course, all eyes on the regional banks. But one more mention here. I can say I was not in this one. I wish I had been. It just didn't set up really nice. Nice little run up from the open here from 2270-ish up to 2362. Missed it here. Saw it here and just kind of a lot of energy expenditure. It would have worked 24.45 and got all the way up to 25.39. So almost a point there. I just didn't pull the trigger on this one. Wish I had have. Just like I wish I would have got short a little pack W there, but just wasn't feeling overly aggressive today. But nonetheless, a nice little move from Shoe Carnival. Got that break coming around the 24.44 level. 1, 2, 3, and not a bad risk here at all. A little over, we'll just call it 20 cents, and then a point of potential. So I wish I would have hit a little SCVL, a little Shoe Carnival. And then, of course, pack W in this tight little range up here. However, if I doubt very seriously we're going to stay in this tight range, but you never know. We'll see leading up to the all the Fed speak. All right. Does anybody else have any charts that they'd like me to take a look at here? If you do, just put the symbol out there. We'll take a gander. Otherwise, the market is pretty sleepy. Maybe we'll just gravitate on down the lows. I mean, we are kind of grinding down here, but these volume levels are pretty pathetic on the SPY on these lower time frames. I mean, 20% of normal. Nothing to get excited about. Nice energy expenditure there. You know, how come my shorts never do this? Maybe 1 out of 10, 1 out of 10 does. And we do have a small smattering. Well, yep, it is today. Small smattering of earnings. As earnings get thinner and thinner, these are my earnings today list. And I think, aha, that's why I'm not getting the post. Okay, so that got it a little fatter, but earnings are on the tail end here. A lot of the more obscure stocks. Well, kind of feels like you guys are in the same mode as me and everybody else right now. Just waiting it out for the Fed. Baru coiling up here at the bottom. Interesting. I'm pretty sure this guy's in the hole. Yeah, looking at my weekly here. Okay, we got a little bit more here. A little bit more room here to go. Well, I say a little. I think it cut in half to get back down to this lower range here. Let's see, the bottom there looks to be, yeah, 80-ish cents. 82, 83, 84. Still at $1.40, but definitely not looking good for Veru. But this is definitely a testament to the dynamics of the market currently. When the top stock is only doing twice normal volume, and then you get these little guys popping in, interesting. That would have been sweet there. And it would also, man, this thing just Would have been sweet all over the place today. Wow. $5 million in the float. And hardly any volume, but this thing is just grinding up. Interesting. Not a bad move, just up a meager 23% today. And none of it's really gap. Just one leg up, two leg up, three leg up. And it looks like it's got 531 written all over it. Of course, I can't chase it at this level. But definitely interesting. Not getting any earnings data over here. But this low float right here explains the move up. Yeah, only up 400% since January 1. Gotta like that. Let's see. Well, hey, Perfect. I don't think I've seen you in quite a while. Yes, it is Sleepy. Yeah, that's always a top list I got up. Circle. This shows me the things that are spiking. Then check out the pattern. Yep, Patrick. Just everybody's waiting for the Fed. The clown show. They should play the circus music when it's time for the Fed. Or that should be Kramer's. Mad Money music now. The circus theme. And while we're trying to find interesting things to look at, let's see. Yep, we're trying to percolate on up to 30K on Bitcoin. Here we are looking at the 4-hour candles. We got that little pop just in the previous candle. And, you know, looks like 30 is a done deal on Bitcoin eventually. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see what happens when we get to 30K. Word on the street is that Michael Saylor, his average cost is right there at 30,000. So definitely going to be interesting to see what happens. Of course, this is Saylor's company, MSTR. I tell you what, let's just bring the weekly over here. Boy, talk about being a little nervous holding all that Bitcoin. Whereas 30K equivalent on Bitcoin more than likely is going to be 358, 360 for MSTR. And boy, interesting on MSTR. Not even 10 million shares in that float there. So when this thing does move, it's definitely going to be on my radar when Bitcoin starts to get active again. A lot of people say, well, it's too expensive to trade. Well, you don't have to trade 100 shares even. You can trade 10 share lots, 20 share lots of the bigger stocks and get just as much bang for your buck. Interesting to see ACDC on this race here. I forgot what day I traded that. It's been a few days ago. But it busted out with a good little move, but it is not looking good overall. Not good at all. Well, the anchor from the open, no big surprise there. But what if we do a little anchor? I guess that's the high there. And then anchor. I mean, we're going to be creating a large, yeah, nothing even shows up. Not looking good for AC/DC though. Yeah, right. Yeah, last time I checked, the members of AC/DC aren't doing too good. PACW preferred? Is that what PACWP? What, we're at 1093. A little bit of a premium there from the common. $115 million in the float. 117 million in that float. Interesting. Yep, you're pretty much right there, Pat, on that Fibonacci retracement. Well, speaking of Bitcoin, the whole the whole El Salvador experiment is pretty interesting since they're the only country that's made it legal tender. And Bukele, I think that's the guy's name, rounding up all the building special new prisons and rounding up all the criminals, and now crime is down 95%. Technically, it's the safest country in South America. Not saying I'm itching to get up and move there, but it might make for an interesting vacation at some point in time. Well, usually in this downtime, I'd be scanning my active tickers to find interesting plays, but boy, we're just pretty dead right now. Pretty lackluster. I mean, come on. Really? These are 5-minute candles. I mean, talk about crazy action. That's only 5 cents, but still, I mean, I don't know. Somebody just got a little heavy-handed there. Who knows? It's the opposite. Usually the stocks go down on the elevator, end up on the staircase, but in the case of CS here, took the express elevator up. Now we're taking the stairs back down again. That's just market action that you don't typically see. And definitely some interesting, on this VIX activity. And we got the 50 period looming. $50 and the 20. Then we got the merging of the 200 and the 10 right below. And as Steve Gomez likes to say, it's not a Fed day till we went up and popped new highs, then all the way back down to pop new lows. And I think we did that here barely. Low of 398.08, low of 398.05. So, yeah, it's official. And would not be a surprise to see a return to highs and pop a new high. That's one possible scenario, or goes the other way. All right, you guys are pretty sleepy. Let me know if there's any charts to take a peek at. APEI not really giving much back. You know, this K-Web, you don't see that type of activity on the open either. Lou, it's been so long. I used to trade Lou all the time, but I've kind of shifted away from it. Speaking of pet stocks, I've kind of grown fond for HBI as of late. It always has a nice little range. Haven't traded it a whole lot today. A little nastier than it typically is today, but on a quote unquote normal day where we don't have any Fed speak and the market's either just kind of grinding up or grinding down, it's become one of my faves to scalp. I was in love with TV for a little while there. It would move pretty much with the SPY, but then it stopped. So I've kind of kicked it to the curb as of late. And we just popped a new high, but I don't really think it's got too much left in it today. Prior day's high and the 10 period coming in to slap it down a little bit, I would assume. All right, SMMT. Well, let's take a gander. Summit Therapeutics. Well, this looks like we're gonna be range bound there for a little bit. 190, 156. Got the 200-day, approaching. Yesterday, yay, and then they couldn't hold it. Looks like it might, stick that green candle today, which would certainly be a good sign. How are we looking on the weekly? And it's definitely got some room if it does get frisky. So not too bad. Just going to have to work out this little area right here before we get any, before it resolves itself potentially to the upside. But then again, you're not looking at excessive risk either. You talking about my moving averages here, Circle? Because if so, blue's the 200, this is the 20, the red one, and you got the 10 period in green down here. So all I have on my charts are the simple moving averages up here. Now these lines are just, manual insertions. Yeah, I just, that's just my random dropping of, areas that could act as support and resistance. Manuel style. Yeah, AG. Hello, Megawatt. You're new to TI. Can I share my swing trades scanner setup? Well, Mega, I haven't really been in swing mode in quite some time. I've kind of reverted back to my day trading roots. Um, but having said that, let me show you something here. I'm just going to go to new. I'm going to create a new doc channel bar. And if you do that, well, I've got a new, open space here. I've got my channels over here. So as far as swing picks go, boom, we can just hit on the swing channel and you're going to be presented with some nice windows here for potential swing trade candidates. So notice what pops up down here and right here. First off, you have a, let's see here. Yeah, this is pointed to the TI strength alerts. So the strength alerts come out every week, right? So these are stocks that are technically strong from a relative uh, standpoint. So when we start looking at these guys on the daily, for example, uh, the ones that came out for this week, TK, obviously looking very strong. So keep in mind today is Wednesday, right? So these things come out on Monday. So Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, you know, TK came out because it was looking strong and it's had a nice little move, right? Check out Ollie. Ollie, got a nice gap today. Budweiser. So if you're looking for high quality technical setups that are based on strength, then this is certainly one place you want to be looking here. Now, once you get over to this layout, and once again, let's see here, Mega, to spawn that window, let me just repeat that process. These are all free floating windows that I have right here, but we can go new and say, let's do a docked channel bar. That way it doesn't, open up a new layout over my existing one. And then we just click on explosive, oops, wrong channel, swing, picks. Now you can use this layout in container form, but if you wanted to pop these windows out so that you can incorporate them into your free floating layout or perhaps another container window, you can just right click and pop these windows out. Let's see here. Duplicate into free floating window, then you get a free floating version, and you can do the same thing here as well, right? So you can use them in the container form, or you can pop them out by right clicking and say duplicate into free floating window. Then you can take these windows and do what you'd like to with them. Now, in addition to the strength picks, we also have the trade of the week, which also comes out every Monday, and that is also geared for swing trading. So Megawatt, let me know if that makes sense. And hi, lousy trader. Just reading your question. What are unusual prints and how do you use it? Well, keep in mind that, this is an alert window, just like these guys and these four windows here. So an alert window, I use this one just like I use just about everything else. When I'm looking at new highs, I'm looking for range breaks or, things similar to what we saw on the AG setup, right? Hey, is the timing appropriate? Yeah, this thing's hitting a high, it's breaking out. Okay, that's the sweet spot right there. This is a little bit different. The unusual number of prints, notice the quality here. In my book, these aren't really high numbers of prints, but let's see. I don't think I have any minimum there. I've got that alert selected and I don't have anything in the box. But what I do have in my columns is the quality column. And the quality column is always going to report the value of the alert that's generating the trade. So if it's a new high, it's going to tell you 1-day high, 2-day high, 10-day high, 50-day high, whatever. But in the case of the unusual number of prints, it's going to show us the number of prints that it's considering unusual. Now, this really isn't unusual to me, all right? But if we duplicate, we might have seen some unusual ones. Well, what I would consider unusual, maybe towards the open, these bigger numbers here, right? So when I see something with, two, three, 400 prints, I'll look at it. And a lot of the times it's a reversal, right? It's a capitulation. And you're also going to have correlations with maybe it's a certain amount past VWAP, uh, 2 or 3% VWAP variation to the upside. Or it could be the same thing as a 2 or 3 standard deviation to the upside. And most of the time, what I'll do is just look for exits, right? If I'm in something, I'll add, and the stocks coming through this list, if it's starting to get toppy and approach levels of what could be potential supply, a lot of the times I'll notice really high numbers of prints up there, which is also going to be correlated with volume as well. So I just kind of keep this one up here. It's not really one of my bread and butter tickers, but it can alert you to some pretty interesting bottoms and tops, capitulation either to the upside or the downside. So hopefully that makes sense, Lousy. All right, Megawatt, just reading the rest of your question here. Alert for 8 SMA crossing the 20. Okay. So let's take a peek at our SMA menu here. Okay, look what I did here. I just went to an alert window, and I'll do that one more time. So let's duplicate this window. Let's go in here. All we do is go to search, and we type in the keyword. And I do believe you said 8 crossing the 20 on the 15-minute time frame. Okay, so 8 crossed above the 20, 15 minutes. Okay, so kind of sounds to me like this is the one that you're looking for. 8 period SMA crossed above 20 period SMA in the 15-minute time frame. So we'll just do that. We'll do this. Let's see, I'll put this on all symbols. I'll just kind of craft this out for you, and then I'll drop the cloud link in there for you, and then you can take it and save it, and then modify it, play with it. But this will get you started here. So all symbols, all the major markets. Now, Lousy, do you have any basic filter requirements you'd like me to go ahead and throw in here? Like, for example, minimum, maximum price? Or megawatt, I'm sorry. Any minimum, maximum prices longer than the 15? Okay, well, you said that one, so I thought that was what you wanted. But if we go back to the search field here, okay, the 8 period, yeah, see that's the longest time frame that we're going to have there. Otherwise, for these crosses, you're pretty much going to be relegated to, installing those on your charts and watching for the crosses. Now, having said that, we also have some filters, okay, which, let's see. For the pre-configured alerts, that 15 minutes going to be the longest one that we have for that 820. As far as the longer ones, we could go in there and try to say, okay, it's got to be in very close proximity to both of those moving averages. And once again, that was the 8 and the 20. but I don't know if that would really do the trick for you. And what I'm thinking about is something like this. So let's just drum up a new top list here. Okay, you said no minimum max price, so we'll just get rid of all that stuff. Any volume requirements that you like to stick to? Because if we don't put anything in here, you're gonna get a lot of obscure stocks that you probably would never trade. So until I hear back from you, I'll just pop something in here like, okay, it's got to, it's had to have traded 300,000 shares today. And then we can try to dial in. Let's see. On your 8 and 20, we could try to dial these 8 and 20s in real tight and say, okay, it's got to at least be, um, bear with me while I get these dialed in, no more than 10th of a percent above, no more than a 10th of a percent below, or right at the 8. Okay. Um, okay, so you're using a watch list, no worries. So we could do that for the 8. We could do this for the 20 as well. And once again, I'm just kind of spitballing here, but you never know. And then we'll install those as columns just to make sure it's doing what we think it's going to do. Probably don't need that or that. And then we could do change in 30 and 60 minutes as columns to give us, kind of an idea of what the stock's been doing. I think those were your time frames. Okay, 30 and 60. Change in 30 and change in 60. Huh, not near as many stocks as I thought would show up. Let's see, let's get rid of that and make sure. Okay. Okay. So you get a lot more stocks when you remove the the volume requirement. But as I said earlier, if they haven't traded 300,000 shares today, they're probably going to be a bunch of stocks that you would have no interest in trading. And of course, the ones I'm pulling up now pretty much fit that category. Let me see if I got anything. In the old cloud for SMA crosses here. I have plenty for the daily. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, not really getting anything in that one either. Well, it just goes to show you things that were populated a long time ago are not today. Yeah, Mega, how many stocks are on your watch list typically? Because if it's not a large number, then displaying, the SMAs that you like would probably in column form, and of course adding those to your charts as well for the time frame that you'd like. It probably would be a manageable task, assuming there aren't too many stocks on your list. Oh, okay, well that's a fair amount, 180. Come again, Patrick? Quant what? That is my handle on QuantBot is my Twitter handle. But Mega, on the topic of swing trading, if you are looking for other potential setups here, if you click new and go to the Market Explorer, you'll pull up a different window here. And let's see here. Okay. So this is an 821 EMA trend pullback, right? And once you get to the Market Explorer and you pull up a new window, you can right click and then just say select strategy, right? So what I did is I just went to the moving averages, and you can play around with these too. We got the 10 period for the 15 daily and weekly. This is the one that we're currently on, the 821 EMA, which, it's not a SMA, but these will probably present some good topics too. Of course, you're working with that list, so it would just be, hey, are any of the stocks on my list showing up here? And we should be able just to sort alphabetically to make that screening process a little easier. Yeah, no worries, Patrick. And you're welcome, Mega. If you're new to the product, it's going to take you a little time to, kind of find your way around, but that's why we're here. Yeah, and also Mega, anytime you're working with a custom list, I'd say that definitely makes the job easier, only dealing with 180 or so stocks as opposed to, creating an event-based alert window that's looking at the whole market. Ah, you know what? I was waiting for Carvana and I probably missed it. Well, it's not too far gone yet. I mean, a little too much. I would have rather saw it grind down to this level here. Notice what, as these lows are being cracked right here, notice my next higher low column. Okay. That's telling me based on the daily if this thing does continue, it has a $1.60 in it if it continues. Not saying it's going to continue, but that's certainly something I like to see. I just wish we didn't have such a big blurb down all at once here. But we'll see. We'll see if it kind of moves sideways here. If it gets in a tight range here, I'm probably going to short some of it. But I need at least 15 minutes of sideways action here. Otherwise, risking 889. Yeah, it might be able to get into it with a 15-cent risk and use the top of that candle there. And there it goes. Boom. Oh, well. We'll see. But that was definitely on my list. And looking equally as gross on the weekly. I mean, this has got to be one of the worst years in history for IPOs. I mean, this one came out a while back, but still, I mean, what did we top out there? 372 down at 8? Really? I mean, the car vending machines didn't catch on? Who would have thought? Who would have thunk it? So Mega, what you're telling me is when you plug in those alerts and then point to your custom list, you're just not getting a whole lot of action today? If so, it could just be because the dynamics of the market. But let me show you a little trick here, okay? So let me just duplicate an existing alert window, and those MACD, they only exist in alert form. So let's see, 60-minute MACD crossed above the signal. So that guy. And 60-minute MACD and 30-minute crossed above zero. Above zero and the signal. Okay. Yeah, that one. And then 30-minute crossed above zero. Okay, so if I just, put in a tiny volume requirement here, something like 200K. Okay, let's just take okay, so this is what I wanted to show you, Megawatt. With your MACD window, your alert window, pointed to your custom list, you might have one, this is the last thing that would have come through. Just right click and give it the history today. Then it's going to show you the entire history, everything that had been triggered since the open, right? And in this window, I'm looking at, oops, that could explain it. Okay, I was like, that's not very many hits. So now we're looking at the whole market and we get quite a few hits, right? Of course, your symbol list of 180, not going to get near as many, but you should see some hits. And you can use this history functionality to kind of go back and see, okay, well, is this doing what I hoped it would do? So since you're new, you might not know about history. Not only can you look at today, but you can look back for 60-ish trading days, right? And let's say you're scrolling history and you get to the bottom and you run out of room. You can always just go back and keep requesting more. Or you can designate a specific time period. I hear you, Barry.
Give me more.
More, more.
More,
You
more
know,
soup,
did
more
you see?
soup.
I was waiting for the Carvana. I've been waiting for it. I'm like, it's gonna
Hmm.
crack, and then it happened.
When it really cracked. Yeah, I was waiting on it in the pre-market, but I got distracted. I
Hmm.
mean, it's all to do with some kind of refinancing, etc. But then somebody in our YouTube in the main room posted that there is a concern about about it, that some want it and some don't want it, and the powers that be that control Carvana. So I think that's why it's really tanking now. But
Yeah, it looks like they've managed the company really well here.
oh yeah,
Looking at the
yeah,
weekly chart, and I
sure.
guess their little idea of car vending machines, didn't
I
catch on.
used to think that when I hear people saying that, I thought it was a joke,
Mm-mm.
but I don't think we have them in Canada. So how did that work?
Well, I think it was kind of half joke, half reality. But I've seen the towers, right?
I mean, how many
They're
quarters do you
real.
have to put in
I don't know. Probably quite a few rolls, Barry.
yeah. I mean, seriously, how does that work?
I don't know. I don't know. But let's just say there were no car vending machines and they just, hey, we'll pick up your car, we'll drop it off.
Right.
I mean, margins were already pretty dang thin in the car business. Now you're going to have to employ a fleet of delivery vehicles? Eh, I don't know.
Hmm.
All I can tell you is I've never seen so many companies in the history in 1 year, 2 years go to such high extremes and now are just in the toilet. It seems like the frequency has increased 10, 20 fold, right?
What about the dot com? You were trading the dot com days.
Yeah, but that was the internet mania, right? That was
Yeah.
the birth of a new technology called the internet, right?
What
It
what what
wasn't
was it
just,
called?
you know,
Yeah.
the interweb,
The
Barry.
interweb. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, well, I was around then, but I sort of, I mean, I remember the Perfumanias and all those crazy, all they'd have to do was say, we're going to start a website. What's a website? Doesn't matter. We're going to start one, and boom, and then these analysts would put, well, I'm sure you remember, an analyst would put, we think this is going to 40 and it will go to like 150 the same day. And it would
Yeah,
crash
yeah.
eventually. But I mean, that was, but I think I know what you mean. These are not, this is more broad, I suppose, covering more sectors with what happened over the last couple of years,
Yeah,
not
and to
just
me, what
internet.
that translates into is a lot of companies were taken public that weren't really worthy of being taken public. But hey, Goldman Sachs has to make money.
Hmm.
Simple as that.
Exactly.
Caveat emptor. I see Talking Candlestick right there talking about his custom formula.
Yeah, so I can answer that. Talking candlestick, there is a data point for the volume yesterday, and I know you know how I'm going to put it in for you. Okay, it is volume underscore P. Okay,
There you go.
that's your data point for the volume of yesterday. So you can incorporate that into your into that custom formula that we showed you how to do yesterday. Okay,
Very cool. Thank you, Barry. All right, my friend.
no
Well, I
problem.
guess it's time
Yeah.
to say sayonara, and we'll wait another hour for the clowns that
Yes,
run the
I'm
Fed.
excited.
See what they
I'm
do.
excited.
Yeah, hey, it's
I
always
always like
exciting.
putting the SPY 1 minute chart up because
Uh-huh.
at 2 o'clock, it's just hilarious.
Yep, yep.
But okay, my friend, I will take over. Let me just grab the screen. There we go. Okay.
All right, sir. Well, we'll see what happens here in an hour, and best of luck.
Yes. Okay. Bye
Okay.
bye.
Bye-bye.
All of the rooms now. Okay. So you know how to do it then, Talking Candlestick. The TV is today's volume, just greater than volume underscore P. So if you just want it to be greater, or if you want it to be 2 times greater, then you just create a little formula, TV divided by volume underscore P, and put whatever you want them in, whatever you want that number to be as a ratio. So if you want to be twice as much, then you just put 2 in the min, things like that. Up to you, of course, how you're going to use it, but that is the data point for yesterday's volume. Well, it's up to you. I mean, I can't say it's going to be better. I mean, you can create your custom formula as long or as short as you want, of course. But if you're just interested as a focal point of finding stocks which have double yesterday's volume or triple yesterday's volume, I would probably I would probably create a new custom formula, and then you can actually have it as put it as a column, and then you can see the ratio. You can see exactly what the ratio would be. Meanwhile, yeah, this Zura is, we haven't seen one like this for a while, guys. Yeah, 34. I looked at this as I was coming off my break, and I do this a lot to myself. I said, Barry, you can have all you want at, I think it was 23.61, all you want. So, guys, what we have to do, where are they out of? You know what? They're not. Where are they out of? So it's not a US company. All the stress. Well, it would have been, yeah, I would have taken very few shares. I would have put a pretty hefty stop. Cayman Islands. Okay, so for tax reasons, that's where they are. Talking about the ZURA. So, guys, I mean, in all seriousness, though, I mean, this was a SPAC yesterday. I do remember seeing it. I should have paid more attention, and all I had to do was just put a price alert at the high of yesterday, and at least I would have known about it a lot earlier. When you see something like this happen, there's no guarantee it's going to go from 7 to 34, of course, but you can almost be a little bit sure that when it takes out yesterday's high, that it's going to have some fireworks. I mean, these are extreme fireworks. Yeah, I don't think it was an IPO. I think it was a well, I mean, it's semantics. Okay, it was a SPAC. Okay, closing of the business combination with JAT acquisition company. Okay, so now what was the who else did they do? This JAT acquisition. I'm not too familiar with them. Yes, of course, I'm holding it. I'm holding everything. Basically, yeah, phoned my banker, remortgaged my house, got a third and fourth and fifth mortgage, and put it all into Zura at 10. Yes. And of course, I'm kidding, in case somebody's coming in the tail end. You know what one that was popping up on my scanner here was this INTT. INTT it's a lifetime high. INTT in test. Now this is short. Well, the spread, when I looked at this, I thought, wow, the spread isn't great. 2089, 2105. I mean, it's not horrific if it's going to move $2, $2 or $3, of course, but And Perfect Circle, you know, I'm just kidding. Yes, of course you know. Just, I know you know. So again, guys, I would not be in any bank stock at 2 o'clock. Okay, I'm just going to say it. Don't. I would not be in a bank stock at 2 o'clock, no matter what you think might happen. Yeah, it's still morning for me, Chad, with 4 A's. Okay, here's an interesting one. Compo, excuse me, CMPO, Compo. Not very much volume, very low float. Interesting. It showed up on my momentum scan and sitting right now at the VWAP. Will it, and it is shortable for me. Yeah, 500,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. The only thing about it is looks like there could be some decent resistance or support not that far away. So consequently, that makes it sort of a no-go for me. Meanwhile, back looking at GME, GME is just again that VWAP is just dropping. Has dropped just a little bit now. I think it was 24.88 the last time I saw, so 24.78. So it is still below the VWAP. Yeah, if there was no hike at all, well, I don't know what bank, but I think the whole market would rally. If there is no hike at all, yeah, yeah, and William is pointing out the well, not maybe not the obvious, but at 1 o'clock, or sorry, 2 o'clock, we're going to get an initial SPY direction, but everything can change at 2:30 when J Powell starts to talk. So just understand you can have a complete reversal from whatever happened at 2 o'clock. That's possible, Blaine. Yeah, who knows exactly? Who knows? We probably do know this. If there was no rate hike, I don't think people will start thinking, well, I guess that's the end of it. This is just, I think this is just a blip because of what happened with the banks over the last, well, it's almost 2 weeks now. It'll be 2 weeks this Friday that we had the Silicon Valley Bank. That's when it all started. All right, guys, I think what I'm going to do, I'll do my video now too. I don't want to, so obviously, I mean, I'm doing it early enough. I'm not going to run into that 2 o'clock time period, but I think I'll do my video and get it out of the way. What time is it now? It is say 1:11. So I'll be back, say, no later than 121. Shouldn't be any later than 121. Okay, guys, so I'll put myself on mute. Oh, no, Calvin. Okay, what did I trade today? I traded Wolf short very early. I tried to go, I tried to go long it, and I took a little loss. And I did trade GME on a short. Did okay. Hello, Barry Anderson, Trade Ideas with today's edition of What Makes This Trade Great? Well, for a little change of pace, we've got GME. Now, look at the after hours action for GME. That's the purple area, the mauve area right here. It was an earnings release, and they surprised. It's that simple. They surprised. They actually said they made money in the last quarter. And so the market, I mean, it popped up about $10 or it went up 50%. So this morning, it was still looking pretty good. I mean, it actually got above the after hours high. Then at what time? 9:30, it actually moved back, and the AI picked it up right there on a pullback at 23.42, and it had a tremendous, nice little run, almost 45 minutes straight up from 23.42 all the way up to $26. And now it's just kind of chopping around a bit. I don't know what's going to happen in the future with this, but that was certainly a nice pickup by the AI. All right, everybody, I want to get back into the room. So have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. See, I forgot to mute myself in the YouTube room. That's okay. So I've done my video, guys. All right, guys, I'm now back, and like everybody else, waiting another 43 minutes to see what's going to 42 and a half minutes to see what's going to happen at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Wow, it's still it's unbelievable, isn't it? Now, if you're wondering how something like this can happen as ZURA, I don't know what the float is, but obviously it's going to be insanely low. Let me, yeah, I don't know what the float is. Anybody have an idea about what the float is on this one? I don't think even that that website will have that information. Let me see if it has it. Yeah, I don't see any. Probably have to dive into the filings to see what the float is for ZURA. But they are a clinical stage biotechnology company advancing immunology assets into phase 2 development programs. That is what they do. Zura, ZURA. But whatever the float is, it's going to be very, very low. 1.6 million. Thank you, Pepe. High of yesterday, 802. Wow. I use the very, very handy. This is where our news is pretty good. Well, because it goes back in time a bit. So I'll just click on the news tab, and Zura Bio Limited announces the closing of business combination with JAT Acquisition Corp. Okay, that's typically this is all I use our news tab for because if I look at IB headline, I mean it actually showed it also, but sometimes if it might not show things that happened in the past, but here it is anyway. Okay. Now, what else do these guys do? Do they have any others? JAT, maybe not under, obviously not under JATT, but I wonder if they're, looking at doing somebody like taking another one public. All right, guys, INTT is looking a little ominous here with the well, actually 4, 5, 6, sort of 6 in a row, but 3 in a row definitely of topping tails. Okay. for INTT. So again, what does it mean? It means, at one point the buyers had it at the top. They had it up to 21.21 two candles ago. Sellers closed it down here, 20.91. Buyers tried again, got it to 21.07. Sellers closed it down here at 20.75. Buyers tried again. They got it up to 21.02. I mean, the jury's still out where this is going to close. Still has 8 minutes, 7.5 minutes to close, but you can just see that maybe the buyers are getting exhausted here, and they may hand over the reins for a while anyway to the sellers. And you've got the VWAP way down here at 1991, so that could be, some kind of a magnet. Zero halted again. And the same thing, look at these topping tails. So again, if you're new to trading and you're wondering, well, how can anything be up 320%, especially something that just started trading the day before? It's all to do with the float. So 1.5 million shares in the float, that is very, very low. That is the available supply of stock. And if for whatever reason there's demand, like any other commodity on earth, big demand, low supply, the price goes up. You can just think about anything like that, anything that is low supply and there's high demand for it. What happens? If you're the manufacturer of that product, you're going to raise prices, take advantage. And if you're going to say, well, why is there the demand? I mean, that's another story. Because traders around the world decided at the beginning of the day, let's pile into this one, and not to get biblical on you, but trading begats trading begats trading. So we're buying begats buying begats buying. Boy, look at Wall. What an interesting area it is at right now to potentially take out 34.43. Look at all this on the 15-minute chart. And again, it's a bank, so I mean, if I were going to do this, it would have to be pretty darn soon. The closer it gets to 2 o'clock. You're a funny man, William. Royal Bank of Canada, RBC. But of course, I'm just kidding. William is just pulling my leg a little bit. All right, let's take a look at some of these races. ZIM, another one that just got down to the VWAP and popped off it. ZIM. Yeah, I always have to be careful, because somebody could just be coming in and saying, "Oh, I don't know who's talking," but he said to buy RBC. and then they leave. They're in for 2 seconds, and then they go and buy RBC. What is RBC doing right now, just for fun? It's RB. I believe it's RB. It says RB and no. RY. Royal Bank of Canada. But like, I mean, and I was kidding, of course, but like most of the bank stocks, they're all starting to fade down ahead of the 2 o'clock and whatever gets divulged at 2 o'clock. Macrogenetics or macrogenics, sorry, MGNX. If I go back a few months, and it's going to be quite a few months, there was a lot of excitement about this company. It's something to do with, I think, well, some cancer. And it had a couple of big days, pull back, and then another got all the way up to $36. I remember, but since then, look at this one. What a slide. Yeah, so I don't look at fundamentals like that at our Arbo, okay? Book value, and I'm just purely a technician, if you will. I only look at the what I see on a chart. I mean, it looks like it's trying to come back, but again, another stock that was up $91, $24 now. But it has had, I mean, from the lows here, 1956, from those lows, but kind of choppy. Maybe coming into a resistance area right around 25. Look at the daily chart. A couple of highs right at 25 as an example. So, but I don't buy on, I'm not a swing trader at all, really. So I don't look at those sort of multiples and think, somebody else, somebody else might chime in. All right, we'll see what happens, William. Ah, Archibald, sorry. I just saw your post. If you left already, I just saw your post. So Archibald, I don't know if you really did leave. Yeah, I mean, the SPY is moving. The banks are still moving down, really. The banks are still moving down. They had a little bit of a lift here, but again, look at this, 1 hour straight down. Now this candle is, it's a narrow bodied 15-minute candle, and it just started. Another 13 minutes for that to close. So yeah, so maybe a little bit of divergence with this, what the SPY's doing and what the banks are doing. If Archibald is still there, maybe he had me on mute. Oh, look at GME. Yeah, it's just trading right at the VWAP, basically. Yeah, semi's having a good day. They have lifted definitely the tech sector. Look at this. I mean, what a semis. Let's take a look at excuse me, XLK tech sector ETF. Yeah, I mean semis and communications, XLC. I'm sure people, I don't know, 3 months ago wouldn't have believed this possible because there was such a divergence between the value and the growth stocks, but the growth stocks are alive and kicking. Look at this. Look at the banks, guys. I mean, red, red, red. Okay, Ari, so the VWAP kind of held, kind of. It got down into the VWAP area and then it bounced off it. For Ari, ARRY, earnings play. Hey guys, I'll be right back. This is a silver play, right? PSLV. Yeah, so this is a silver ETF or ETV or whatever. Silver PSLV. Look at the room it's got, 831. But this is more like an ETF, guys. So I'm showing you because it's showing up on the momentum up scan. Oh, this one. Believe it or not, I mean, if this takes up the high of the day at 37, this can keep running. Crazy as it sounds. Look at got as high as 37 and 36.89. Again, ahead of all this, guys, FRC is trying to break down through 15 a little bit. But, there's no conviction right now. Yeah, I'm on the side. Oops, I stepped away from the mic. I'm on the side of the 0.25 also, because I think everybody thought before the Silicon Valley Bank fiasco that it was going to be 0.5. So 0.25 is like a 25 drop, I suppose. But that's what makes it interesting. 20 minutes, 21 minutes. I don't know what this is trying to tell us, to be honest. I mean, ahead of this, I mean, this is now an hour and 15 minutes straight, hour and 15 minutes straight down. And arguably, after we had 45 up, but I mean, we have been in a steady downturn since 10:30 on the regional banks. We had 45 minutes of a modest move up, but then look at this. Nike had an interesting after hours. Yeah, it is breaking down. You're right. It is breaking down quite a bit, Calvin. Um, you have to look at the after hours. So initially, this is Nike is an earnings play. Initially, it got up to 131. Yeah, pulled back, and then it got back up to 129. So initially, it looked really good, really positive. But then, I guess the negative is that the China sales were way down or down, and I think that weighed more heavily on everything else. And we've got some. I mean, we've got some price targets. $160 from Jeffries from 140. Guggenheim 145 from 135. Cowan outperformed target 142. So we've got some pretty lofty price targets from this 121. But right now, and Piper Sandler actually is neutral. Just looking at all the different analysts coming in. So this is the but I thought I read something more about China. Anyway, Nike on the way down. And the next low looking left is 119.80, not that far away on a percentage basis. But Brad, first of all, we don't, you cannot, well, you can trade the AI, but you can't auto trade it. But you need a data, you absolutely need a data subscription with Interactive Brokers. Yes. I mean, we're not the broker. So you have to have, I think it's about a $10 a month package, something like that. But if you're looking to auto trade the AI, no. Well, I better back that up. You might be misinterpreting what I mean by no. Bottom line is you need a data package from Interactive Brokers. Okay. But it's got nothing to do with the AI. I mean, it's you want to trade any stock, you're going to need a data just you're going to need a data subscription. Got nothing to do with the AI. Did that answer your question? Yeah, I mean, if you've got an Interactive Brokers subscription, then you can trade anything. You know, it doesn't matter. But if you're talking about auto trading the AI, no. We're I don't know if you can still do it. We're certainly going to stop it. The only thing you'll be able to auto trade would be your own strategies if you wanted to. But that doesn't prevent you, of course, if you have the AI and you want to trade something, go ahead and trade it. Well, yeah, you need a subscription with live data. I don't care who your broker is. You know, you need a subscription. You need something with live data. But what is it, $10 a month or something from for IB? I think that gives you what probably what you need, and you might even get a rebate depending on how many shares you trade. I don't know, but GME is having a lift here. Hmm. Yeah, the market is definitely not expecting a 50 basis point rate hike. If that happened, I think we'll say goodbye to the banks and goodbye to the SPY for a while anyway. Yeah, I've had Interactive Brokers for almost over 7 years now. It's not the prettiest program, but it works for me. Yeah, I'm somewhat letting my bias, get in the way of GME, but Goldman Sachs doing. Goldman Sachs had a little bit of a lift. Okay, guys, 12 and a half minutes or so. I'm definitely doing nothing right now. You're like Zion, so you're in it now. That's what you're saying. So you're in it now. You picked it up off the bottom a bit. AMD, you guys are talking about AMD. Haven't had AMD up on a chart for a long time. Yeah, what a run. I mean, I remember when it was just, yeah, I remember when it was down to $50, $50 in that range after the big run, of course, the pandemic surge and then boom. But like a lot of the technology stocks, semis, especially semis, man. Excuse me, sorry about that. 10 minutes. So I think what I'll do is I'll keep KRE here on the 15-minute. And then, of course, I'll put a big SPY 1-minute chart up. And let's see what happens. Oh, sorry, I am muted. Thank you, Pepe. Man, that would have been horrible. All right, so here is your SPY 1 minute chart, guys. So you see it had a little bit of a run, now a little bit of a drop. Keep an eye on the banks, KRE, and we're now less than a minute away. 2:30. He's on at 2:30. The minutes are at 2. Okay, so we'll find out what the rate hike is at 2 o'clock, and then at 2:30 he talks. Is somebody in our YouTube room? All right, guys, we're 20 seconds. Seven, six, five, four, three, two, one. Here we go. Let's see what happens here. Anybody know? Right now, there's a big pop up right now. 25. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I didn't think they'd have the guts to go nothing. So look at the banks, guys. Look at the banks reacting initially. There's nothing to watch, Chad. This is what you're watching right here. At 2:30, you might, if you can find maybe CNBC or something like that, you can watch the press conference. But I mean, this is what you're, this is a reaction to a 25 points, basis points. But again, it's early. Mm. But again, the initial reaction is not necessarily the end reaction. And then again at 2:30, there'll be more fireworks at 2:30, guys. I'm gonna have the SPY up at 2:30 also. My feeling was that, this would have been 50 had the banking crisis, whatever you want to call it, hadn't happened. So to me, 25 is a reduction to 25, obviously. So, but you made a good point, William, about the zero, but they didn't listen to you. Look at the topping tail now for the regional. So now look what's happening, guys. Again, first minute, first 2 minutes, sometimes the first 3 minutes, not the direction. I'll have this up for another couple of minutes, and then we'll get back to business, and then we can do it all over again at 2:30. But you're right, we did hit 400 briefly. It's got a little bit above 400. Okay, guys, looks like we got our direction. I'll just keep this up for another 30 seconds. That'll be 5 minutes. And of course, if you change this to a 5 minute chart, this looks a lot better. You don't get that. That's why I don't use 1 minutes. I mean, it never, you would think, I mean, the 1 minute, it was very frothy. 5 minutes smooths it out a bit. Okay, guys, I think we have our direction for another 25 minutes. And look what happened with the banks. I mean, just basically wiped all that out. Remember, an hour and 15 straight down, and it's just wiped it all out. Okay, PRLD. What is PRLD? Is it a bank or no? Look at this. Look at KRE. I mean, and the ETF for the regional banks. Look at that lift. Yeah, we have now Zura coming back to Earth now. ZURA coming back to Earth. Boy, look at this. BAOS. What the heck happened here? Oh, the Baoshang Media Group. That's not shortable for me. Rumble guys, BMBL. This is sort of in big break here. Wish I'd seen it a little a little bit earlier. BMBL 2099 is the next high looking left. That could stall it. 2099 and 2111 are so that 21 area could stall Bumble, BMBL. So yeah, lots of shares available, 3.9 million at Interactive Broker. So I'm sure most firms have shares available to short BMBL. Again, I'm not saying to short it. I'm just saying I was looking at this going, thinking, okay, will it stall at 21? So Mitch, Match, of course, is online dating also. So is Bumble. So they're both popping. MTCH. Are they linked at all? Now you see, I don't know if William is kidding or not. Oh, I see. Okay. As it should be. Okay, well, looks like so these regional banks are starting to sell off. There's a huge topping tail now. So it looks like you're short of WAL. Worked okay, after a little bit of anxiety. I'm looking to short this Bumble, guys. Watching this Bumble right here, guys. BMBL. Might want to see it maybe a little closer to 21. 25 basis points, Mac. That was the hike. Whoa. Well, the VWAP, I mean, if I take this, it's not, I don't anticipate it'll be like a huge, well, the VWAP's at 2033. I mean, that would be the big move if it could make it down to the VWAP. Somebody's asking me where could it go? There's the VWAP right there at 2033. And I'm hoping in his book he talks about mean reversions to the VWAP and things like that. Pepe knows. Well, there's a couple things I'm thinking of. Of course, I mean, if it got closer to 21, I'd be maybe a little more enthusiastic about it because if you look left on the daily chart, there looks like there's some resistance around 21. So the closer it got to 21, be a little bit better. It may not though. Pepe would know whether or not Shannon's book he covers mean reversions to the VWAP and things like that, or through the anchored VWAP. Good, he does. Excellent. Okay, I get it tomorrow, no later than 10 p.m. according to Amazon. All right, guys. Again, we have now 13 minutes to 2:30, so we have the same time to kill between then and now, or now and then. Wow, look at the bank side. They gave it all up. I mean, they had that big flurry. Look at KRE, the big flurry, big green candle. Look awesome. They gave it all up. Well, other things too. I mean, we have these big topping tails for Bumble, BMBL. The buyers have tried a couple of times to get it up to this level. The sellers are, I mean, it's still, this candle still has 12 minutes, but Okay, I'll make it my wish. I mean, ideally for me, it would get closer to 21 before I shorted it, but we'll see. Oof, okay, guys, just not really doing too much right now. There's the Mitch. You guys were talking about match group. It's still so. I mean, the other one, the Bumble, is just sort of a sympathy play. Obviously, nothing to do with match, but a sympathy play. Same sector, and if you look at the daily chart, I mean, I suppose it has room to 42 and MTCH before it really gets into some resistance. Not saying it's getting there. This must be a very long. What, you were writing War and Peace for me, Pepe? Or maybe you didn't see my question. Oh, okay. I'm just teasing you, of course, Pepe. Okay, great, great, great. All right, guys. Yeah, another 7 minutes or so. 7 minutes now before the press conference and the questions, etc. So there you go. Who asked that question? Chad. Chad with a few A's. If you go to the stocks, specific stocks, you can see the Fed stream. Okay. Denver. Put it in the general market too. Okay. You don't put it in the general market, that YouTube link, if you don't mind. Thank you, Denver. Okay, so Chad, if you scroll down a little bit, Denver put a YouTube feed in that you can watch it live if you want. If you're talking to me, Chris, I have zero idea, but others might. So Chris had a thoughts on the SPY 408/410 credit spread expiring tomorrow. Okay, so yeah, I would have no idea on that. Look at this. Well, they're expecting, I don't know what they're expecting now, but look at the action now. I don't know what the SPY action is, but look at the bank action now, guys. Look at what the SPY action is. So the SPY is nowhere nearly as dramatic as well, it's still pretty, I mean, look, huge topping tail for KRE, big sell off, another topping tail, but at least these are green, these are red. So the banks are not happy as we speak anyway. And there's wall. Why do I have wall? Oh, right. Okay, well, I'm not gonna do it now, obviously, because I don't know what they're gonna say in 3 minutes, so I'm not gonna do anything on this, but you can see it just broke down to that little area of interest that I had for WAL. All right, guys, what time is it now? So another 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Is Manu, rumors again for Manu and the sale, potential sale? Well, let's take a look, see if there's, just quickly before, 3 o'clock. MANU, let's see if there's anything hitting, here we go. Yeah, founder Sir James. Well, are you kidding me? It's Sir James. You can't go Sir Jim. Anyway, Sir James Ratcliffe to bid over $5 billion now. So competing with the Qatari Sheikh. Okay. It was on, okay. About an hour ago. I guess that makes sense because, the lift started right here. Somebody said this hit about an hour ago. So you can see there's 45 minutes anyway. All right, guys, let me get my SPY chart up again. Now, this won't be instant, okay, because he's going to have questions, but let's get the SPY chart up again. So it won't be quite the same. It won't be as dramatic until the questions get. I don't know what I've never seen one of these. I don't know. Does he talk for a while and then he takes questions? Never seen one. All right. So far, I'm sure what they're going to ask. Obviously, they're going to ask, okay, what are you going to do next month? What do you think? Well, whatever markets are still selling off in terms of the banks anyway. See, Chad, you could have done it yourself. Okay, big pop on the spy. Not big. A pop on the. Wow, look at the banks again. This is hilarious, guys. It is hilarious. So we've got the SPY moving and we've got KRE, the banks. Look at the banks now. Now that's wiping out all of that. And look at FRC approaching 16 now. FRC approaching 16. So we've got a big, but will it last? Will we get a giant topping tail again? Remember the 2 o'clock candle? We had a huge green candle all the way up here. And then we had the sell off. No, I'm not. I can't handle them. I cannot handle them. It's just that accent drives me crazy. So, but I'll get him on right now just for fun to see what he's saying. What I don't get is this guy's website. How is he able to still? Yeah, I suppose you're right, Pepe. Useful for this time. Yes. Okay. Subdued growth to continue. I'll keep this up for a little bit longer. But again, look at the reaction on KRE. I mean, it's even more. All right. Wage growth has shown demand still outstrips supply. All right. A better balance over time. Sure. That makes sense. Inflation remains well above our goal. I'm just sort of, I've got this feed on, guys. So in case you're wondering what I'm babbling about, that's what Pal is saying. In other words, more hikes. Yeah, exactly. Look at, I mean, look at KRE. I mean, you talk about a reaction, initial reaction not being the inflation pressures remain high. The road will be bumpy. Oh my. All right, guys. So what did I say? I said that there's your initial reaction at 2 o'clock. Yeah, the SPY jumped up here, it pulled back, then here's the 215. But here is the real reaction right now, in my opinion. That's what I'm saying. You always have to wait for the 230. But I mean, this is frothy too. I mean, there's a huge bottoming tail down here. Now the buyers are taking it higher. So, tough trading here, right? And that 222 to 245. That's why it's really, really tough to trade. Try to guess a direction. But now look at it. Now look at the SPY. He has probably said anything that was going to be either positive or damaging, I guess, by now. Now I just heard GME. That means it got close to the VWAP. Okay, I'll get rid of this now, guys. I mean, the SPY. I didn't hear that. I did not hear that, William. Withdrawing their statement that they need. Okay, now we got the question period. So how long did that take? That took about 8 or 9 minutes. And now we're into the question period aspect of it. Okay, so he's saying good things about the banks right now. You can see the little reaction. Banking system is sound and safe. Jobs and inflation data came in stronger than expected. They considered a pause, in other words, not raising rates at all at this meeting. They considered it, but obviously that didn't come to fruition. Oh man, look at this. It's unbelievable the reaction, isn't it? Statement from statement to statement. You can sort of see the reaction. All right, Bumble. This is sort of focus on the words may. In other words, we may do something. Yeah, he's playing. I mean, he's saying it could go up, it could go down. He's not saying that, but I mean, that's you may as well just be saying that. It could go up, could go down. I mean, I don't really know what else he can say, but I mean, it's just at this point right now at 243, I don't think there's much to add. It's cliche, but you're absolutely right, Pepe. Yeah, plan for the worst, hope for the best. That goes in just about so many things in life. All right, I'll get my music back on and not listen to this guy anymore. All right, guys. So it is 2:44. So in about 5 or 6 minutes, I will put myself on mute. I may take off a little bit. Let me just go outside and check this temperature. Okay. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be on my first bike ride of the year, but just let me just go outside. Okay, guys, so I'm now back. So, Hermes, I actually live in Steveston, the little area of Richmond. So I can, my ride is along the dike, along the water. It's a workout. It's a workout ride that I take, not a pleasure one. Okay, guys. Well, the Bumble's getting closer. If I want to do something, yeah, it's awesome. I mean, it's awesome to ride. It's just like water. Bumble's getting closer, getting a little bit closer to this potential resistance. Quicksand. Okay, guys, 2:48. So I will, well, before I do that, one last chat about my homepage. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, again, this is what you're going to see. It will actually be brought to the top. Okay, so that's what you're going to see. And here's the promo code you can use. Now, if you do want to take out a yearly subscription or you have a current monthly subscription, I can give you a better code. Okay, I can get you one for 25% off. You just have to let me know. Otherwise, 15% off the first month only. Okay. If you do take out a subscription, do the getting started for sure. Mandatory. Runs you through your installation, your first login, etc. If you're new to trading, Trading 101 is a great course, I believe, for people who are just starting out. It gets very basic and gets, increasingly complicated. Not complicated, but complex. But I think it's a great primer for people. I do a stock of the day video you can sign up for. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for that. You'll get it about an hour before the market opens Monday morning. Big education section is here. Lots of information is here. And here are my scans. So here are the scans. Now, I actually liking this, guys. I'm thinking this is just so less cluttered, and I think concentrating on these larger cap stocks is probably, especially for newer people, but even for myself, you know, the we can get enough of the of these crazy ones in the momentum scan right there that I am sharing. Okay, but I'm really gravitating towards this. The only issue would be is that we have a big down day in the market, and we won't get very many alerts because not too many large cap stocks will be up. So, but I'll play that one by ear. What I might do then is just bring back the small cap. But I don't mind this at all. I think it's just less cluttered now for people. Anyway, pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. You can see that here is the halts resumes. It has been, of course, crazy all day with the Zuras. I don't know how many times Zura was halted. And again, look how few alerts only had. This is a little more normal. 5 on the upside on the daily breakout, 10-day daily breakout, and really only 2. I mean, this FRC-M, there's so many of these. Okay, but only 2. That's how typically that's how many. I should say typically that's how many, but when the banks were going crazy on the breakdowns, I mean, this was full at 9:30. You know, So if you save my link and take out a subscription using my link, that'd be great. Also, if you save my link, you can have access to my scans and that education section anytime you want. I still have an alert set for that GME. I may not be around though, but I'll be very interested to see what might happen if it takes out that low of the day around 23. Oh, you know what? I read that wrong. I'm sorry. I thought that was 24.34. So yeah, you're right. This has had a nice bounce. I um I thought that said 24.34, but yeah, that's a great bounce. But I still have an alert set down here. Maybe it happens tomorrow. I've got all sorts of time to potentially short this thing. All right, guys, it's 2:53, so I will put myself on mute. I am still here. If you have a question, don't be shy. Now, just to give you an idea, and I'm hoping a lot of this will come to trade ideas. I mean, it has to. This is what I'm kind of looking at the Bumble. This is why, there is also, I also have a linear regression lines here. That's a standard deviation of 3. I'm sure it's nothing like reals, but this is what I've got going for me. And this is what I have been looking at also. You see, now there's that breakdown. Now, for how much, I don't know. But then down here, there is the VWAP 2049. So a lot of what I see is, getting up to the upper, like you can't see, well, it's hard to see that little orange line there. That is the anchored VWAP from the high, the high right there. But I'm also in tandem with breaking a linear regression line. And I'm finding that that is very helpful for me. And again, I'm hoping, at some point Trade Ideas will have something like that. Okay, Grumpus. I don't know if you're laying it on a little bit, but Mr. Grumpy. Okay, guys, I will mute myself. See how that worked, guys? I mean, I wish they would all work just like that. I don't know where it's going, but look at the Bumble now. A little break. Wow, I gotta hop on here. Look at the banks now, guys. Look at this banking. I don't know if the SPY is following suit, but look at the banks. Oh, yeah, the SPY. So the SPY, yeah, they're both doing the same thing. So this is just a big sell-off now. Wow. All right, back on mute. Wow. Guys, wow. What a reaction now. What a reaction now. And look at GME now, guys. GME, I mean, this is, it might get down to that 23. That 23 mark right down there. Oh well, at least that's out of the way. Now we have to wait another month before we get another round of what might happen with the rates. Okay, guys, if there are no more questions, I think I will head out. I'm all suited up, just ready to go. So if there are no more listen, if there's a question, I'll stick around. But if there are no more questions, I think I'll just head out. I'm excited. I am excited. I can't believe it. Okay, Grumpus. All right. I don't know if I like you like that. Two exclamation marks, even. What is a stock? Well, I have a course for you called Trader 101. It starts off with what is a stock? No, I'm all black except I've got a nice, a shell that is fluorescent. I guess it's yellow. I have to haul it out. Yeah, if the room doesn't open tomorrow, then you know why. Okay, I shouldn't say that. That's a horrible thing. My wife would kill me if she heard me say that. Okay, tomorrow is Thursday. It's pretty a safe drive. There's only a little stretch on some road, and it's not a heavily trafficked road, so it makes it for a very safe ride. Okay, guys, enough with the morbidity. Close the room. I shall open this room tomorrow at 8 o'clock, no later than 8 o'clock Eastern time. Get on the mic at 9. So have a great evening, everybody. Fun day. We'll see you tomorrow. Now, same with you YouTubers.